Toulouse ni isi Barcelona to beneficio de estas Barcelona yo y ya solo entonces para Toulouse la Spanish means bullying tourism aquí ahora no bullying tourism Spanish means ¿sabes qué Toulouse está esa la que tal vez que no pero me tema ni chidan no me iré de diciendo la verdad que tiene que todo más
Ich habe es so zwar handgeschrieben, aber ich habe es falsch gelesen. Das hier ist ein grosses S. Ich habe mit einem 9 und einem 5 probiert. Ja, eigentlich, wenn man es weiß.
Oh,
Dann noch ein 8 ist ein grosses S.
oh ja, da muss man wirklich drauf kommen. Ja, irgendwie haben wir es nicht gecheckt, dass wir machen. Wir sind eben auch am Mittwoch. Ist immer reserviert. Aber er ist im Köln irgendwie. Da bin ich am Montagabend anwesend. Ja, also es ist einfach nur groß. Es ist nicht ganz jeden Mittwoch geklappt, aber das wäre eigentlich die Idee. Also wenn man sich nicht so, wenn man sonst so ein bisschen aneinander oder er geht 2 Monate trainieren machen und ich bin auch, man ist weg und so, wenn man sich sonst nicht so automatisch viel sieht, wenn man das und so.
Klar, gibt es eigentlich Sachen, die man also ich kann das auch noch sagen, wenn jeder ein bisschen System hätte.
Klar.
Wenn alles zusammen machen.
Nein, oh, das ist bei uns gar nicht der Fall. Dann müssen wir schauen, dass wir haben.
Aber bei uns auch. So dann doch eine Regelmäßigkeit. Ja. Weil manchmal passiert es dann automatisch halt nicht. Also ja,
Es ist so. Ja, genau.
Nein.
Ja,
Immer Wasser kochen, sollte Italien. Muss, aber jetzt, dass ich weiß, es ist schon Wasser im Boden.
Ja. Wasser ist ein Wunsch. Trinken wir so zu wenig irgendwie. Wenn es so heiß ist, und es ist nicht voll.
Weil gestern mit Zucker ist oder eigentlich mit und mit einem Würstchen oder so.
Also ich habe ja Mandeln auch mit, soll ich die aufnehmen?
Ja,
gut.
einfach so.
four-legged friend.
Hi, morning, Talia.
Did you get on there?
Before 10. I did more than an hour, but.
Oh, wow, that's.
Yeah, but yeah, whatever.
You
But I still didn't go to it.
What is it about?
No, near Baden. No, from Baden I have to catch a bus. But these buses are, I mean, this train was not, usually when I got off the train, in a few minutes I have a bus. But this train
So you
you
have to wait.
Yeah, but now I have to pay, which is 15 minutes, sometimes I have to pay half an hour. But it's okay. Thank you. You're good.
What? Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, that's super.
Okay.
Can you put some there and then?
Yes, right.
I don't know if it does, I don't know. I'm just going to do
Yes,
now.
yes, thank
You can
you
also
so
put
much.
the number and then you.
Yes, maybe.
So somewhere not down, somewhere
Yes,
high.
right. Right. Hello, this is from the road.
We can.
Make it like.
One very small, because I open it, because I need a photo.
Yes.
You need the paper, no.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Shall you people the picture?
Maybe.
I will give it that. Okay.
Thank you.
Maria, I would like to ask a question, but I don't know how. Can you put in chat or I was not sure how? Today, we shouldn't ask.
Yeah, I think maybe we can ask Talia to kind of coordinate.
All right.
Yeah, I think, no, ask her first, maybe she changed it. Sorry.
Okay.
There's nothing like lost down.
I remember. But
Yeah, we write it down on paper.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I
wrote
forgot
it
to put
kind
in
of
the paper, I should have.
You just have one piece of paper and put my question. Oh, yeah. Is this yours? No. It is.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, nice. Oops.
So this is
How can I ask questions?
Oh, please write it down today.
In other words,
Paper, any paper. Do we have paper?
I don't know, I'm going to bring it, but I will see that over here.
Well, I hope your question's not right paragraph.
That's right. I have to go at 11 o'clock because I have to go to the airport. So exactly.
Or you can sit on the chair.
Jessica, can we finish? Was it here up?
Yes.
Anywhere you like. Yes, yes, I can play. Fine.
At the door so I can sneak out.
Okay, then you're gonna sit down.
Doesn't matter. I always.
Is that with you?
No, no, not at the front.
Maybe.
No, I will close the door and stay behind the door. Don't worry about it. Because I was. Yes, it's very good. Alles gut. Alles gut. Is that the floor? Is that the door?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, is it dark?
It's not upstairs.
That's quiet now.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm just. Dog can come as well, as long as nobody. Just check with, see if anyone is allergic to dog. Okay, sure, sure.
It's nice to have a dog in there.
Yeah,
The idea.
exactly. Imprint. Imprint.
Yes.
Ah, right. Oh, well, if you like. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if it's possible. But you know what we can do is we can do the extension. We do the extension. What do you need to the class?
I need to switch my laptop
Uh-huh.
to here. In order to hear a Rinpoche through my headphone.
Right.
Because I use hearing aids and I have lost them. That's why I follow myself at the problems.
Right. Right. Yeah, yes, I understand your setup. Do you must be in front of him because if you log into Zoom, you have the whole space upstairs and you log into the Zoom.
Well, I would like to see that's fine.
Yes, on Zoom you also see him.
But be in person here.
Yeah, I know, but.
What?
he's not-
Gelug, and welcome to Luxembourg for the third day of teaching here. His Eminence Serkong Rinpoche, and also welcome everyone here in the Gompa and the people on site. It's so nice to see so many faces. So yesterday we learned about the joyfulness of renunciation. We learned that if you practice like Puno Lama Rinpoche, you won't ever again be disturbed by a noisy road outside our things. And today I think we are going to learn about emptiness. I'm really excited for this. And a quick note about the schedule. So we will have we start now very early, so I'm happy we made it. And we are going to have a teaching until 11:30, then lunch break until 1:30. And then again, we will have a teaching until 3. And then you are also able to offer a kappa to Rinpoche. And then after 3, we will have a small tea party. So everyone is welcome to stay for the tea party as well. And then before we start, another thing I always have to mention, so the center runs on volunteer work and donation. So there's a box outside and you can also donate her twins or PayPal. So Rinpoche would like to offer a mandala.
Okay.
Sashi perki juk sheimeto Sramri rabringi Nihide gyan pari Sangye chuda singdo mekche ovagi Drukunam da shingla Jepakshu
Okay.
Yetsun lama Dampakena Kuchaki kala Yen se tu tin tri Di cha sampe tu se shin mala Sapke tu ki cha pa Vap tu so Idam guru ratna mandala kamya chayam
Sanje Shuda Soye Chunam Shancho Yendola Shu Sanje Shuda Soye Chunam Shancho Dage Eve So Yendola Sanje Shu Sanje Shuda Nanjanju Bado Dani Chen Dani Chen Yebe Sona Nona Benjen Sanje Tony Jubela Mashi Senza Haye Dendru Chana Go Tinjin Japon Wang Zhu Shanja Jam Zhong Zhu Wuna Dawe Mi Ge Fan Togol De Zhong Dewe Jube Tage Dede Xinyan Japon Tinjin Zhuwa Zhuwa Wang Dene Dongpani Doxie Dene Dene Dawa Dongpe Nam Ye Na Haye Je Zhong Ma Yinbe Shuka Yuba Ma Yinba Deje Dongpa Ma Yinbe Shuka Yuba Ma Yinbe Fanten Zhuwa Dongpa Rinpoche Dagi Ningirle Karin Qinmyo Wone Gusong Tuji Yo Zhado Ramdo 중국랑 시작 그러시나? 그거 가지고 고민 하고 그래. 이게 지금 돈이 그 대신 시키는 거 봐. 되게 뭔가 없지.
So we'll go straight into the text because we won't have so much time, and there's some also to do this text and then also to talk a little bit about emptiness. So we'll go straight into the text this morning.
다 가상한 거 kechijude ane kenyi lamdo 동해 람도 다 개념이나 동해에서 지구로 다 동해 람도 야 지금 롱바디 년대라 같이 오래 지도전데 아니 동해 람도 아니 가서 호사 동해 람도 세원이 니기고 쳐대서 동해를 민주를 롯도 동해를 민주를 롯도 지도전데 아니 동해 강한 충분히 유대유는 저부지 연구와 실제 인지지구의 토네 아니 냠랭이 제단 거는 뭐 뭐지 랑신이 영야지레마도 신 동해 용 먹어야지 내송 상대비나 아니 디 람비 티빈스가 아니 디 따바디 아레스 디 뉴점베 동해 아니 가서 그래 등인디 유딘디 주는 동해의 용초도 안 텔레바베기 교카를 라고 그래 지구 관계지를 아주 이제 송구유면 어디 답졌다 마다도 좀 받치는 거 송구가.
And so, looking back at what we were discussing yesterday, and perhaps the main point in relation to these practices of taking suffering or taking kind of unconducive negative conditions onto the path, is when we look back at that earlier sort of division into where it says about combining suffering with the path or integrating suffering with the path, and then it's divided into two sections. Overcoming the mind that doesn't want suffering, and then the actual practice of taking suffering onto the path. So in relation to that first, it's very important in relation to that first topic where it says about the overcoming the mind that does not want suffering. And in this, what is important here is to understand that the relationship between causes and their effects, and therefore that we have the causes in order to produce suffering, and therefore there should be no sort of surprise that we would understand that suffering is almost bound to arise, and there should be no surprise about the fact that suffering arises. And if we are able to have that kind of mind, which then allows us to have the mind overcome the mind that does not want suffering, then naturally this will sort of take us sort of in the correct direction onto the path. But if instead we still have this feeling that we don't want suffering, and then suffering comes, then this will be very difficult for us to then actually in this way to take suffering onto the path. So it should always be in that first way that we engage in taking suffering onto the path. And so this involves us understanding very clearly the relationship between causes and their effects, and what kind of causes bring what kind of results, and knowing that very clearly. And then with that sort of foundation, then the text goes on to give us advice about how to engage in this practice.
And the tester tambina tanda around to be any 동해디 라야 아니 때 초에 동해디 용 초에 tambina 아니 신에 다 된다 전쟁 조치 somebody 냐면디 안도로 보여 지당 개대 방법이 삼로 이 동해디 다 지금 유단见了都때는 게 원래 좀 아니 되게 삼로 야고 좀 해야 돼. 아니 동해디 말 가르치는 연구를 했잖아요. 되게 삼로 계제 아니 삼로가마디 야고 마셔비체 아니 되네 르버치니 다다디 쿠들 라베이나 연구 말했어. 지금도 송도가.
So what J. Rinpoche is sort of saying to us here, in order to clarify that a little bit, is that if we have that sense of understanding that it's a sort of that suffering is bound to arise, that suffering will, in terms of our suffering, is bound to come, it's bound to arise, and we sort of understand that context, then from that, then when we sort of come to these explanations of these particularly these six kinds of practice here, then on the basis of that, this will go very smoothly. But if we're not really understanding very clearly how causes and conditions create these kind of create suffering, and then if we don't understand, then when suffering arises, we don't understand that sort of process and of why it arises, or we're sort of like surprised by it, then it doesn't make sense. It's not really possible to sort of practice or integrate these six particular sets of advice on how to develop good qualities. So you need that basis of really having that sense that suffering is bound to arise because of our situation.
So now when normally we have some problem in our life, some big things happened in your life, so we call this as an obstacle. So now, in order to, sometimes we do pujas and some kind of practices, but one of the best practice for us to do is to accept the reality at the first. And then say, this happened because of this reason, it should be happening, it happened. But the problem I really look into my situation is I'm clinging too much on that. And then in order to reduce this kind of so much grasping towards it, then you go to the monastery of Dua Puja to bring more support to make your clinging problem much less. Normally we don't do that. We do, there's a problem, and then you go there and do a puja, and immediately with the power of the deity and everything goes away. So what is the biggest problem for here is, now then it is another practice what Buddha has taught. Then we are kind of the same kind of level of believing in an Almighty. And then there's a problem. So this way of the sequence is very important for a practitioner, especially for bodhisattvas who wanted to become bodhisattva and who wanted to have this taking suffering into the path. This is very needed. Okay, so now under that in the Dimba, Shiva Dimba, the fourth one. 다 동인 디다고는 동아친구 제바 체베나 강다 민두가 대다기는 디 유민게와 방아 자고서 냐네 마메기 예동을 메네 뚝시기 네서 당해서 정하다 아니 치마 초체발라 배바오스.
So then we read from the last one we covered was 3. So now we'll cover this fourth section, which reads, with huge torments such as this suffering arise, as when huge torments such as this suffering arise, think that you do not want any of it, and that therefore you have to give up its causes, non-virtues. Consider your past faults and downfalls, and with the 4 powers, cleanse and purify them, and make effort so that not a trace of them will remain in the future.
Just so here Lama Tsongkhapa doesn't say go to the protector of Puja. So now, because ones who has a good understanding, this suffering has ripened because there's a cause and condition and meets, then there is suffering. So now, in order to stop this kind of thing happening in the future, we have the seed, so many seeds to be ripened, but now, due to having a regret, that regret is not as like a guilt. The regret is something that you feel like this happened, now I will not let this kind of thing happen again. And there's 4 opponents way.
Yeah, 4 opponent
powers. With this kind of practice, and then it gives you like a 2 제장가가지고 단다. 님부 뚝식이 나로네. 아니 완전히 가서래 다 인제지기 자원이 깨난 지금도 시도 잠배 아니 디기에기 유디냐 까버치 아니 년배 또 비게 원도 잠배 아니 예 청주스 거 동이 공 다고 공 실라도 잠배 연보도 피나 뭐 주직되도
Nobody taught the Quran.
어디 연보도 되도
So, and then in terms of the when we're discussing this, the four opponent powers or the four antidotal powers, then so what we do is make this sort of have this strong sort of commitment that we don't want, we're not going to allow any of the roots of this suffering, the causes of this suffering, to arise in us, and so. And so, in terms of dealing with the cause of those, and when they do arise, we particularly within the four antidotal powers, the power of overcoming our misdeeds through the use of antidotes, and so these antidotes would be such practices as meditating on cultivating bodhicitta and meditating on the wisdom of emptiness as a way as antidotal powers to our negativities.
At least meditating on this antidote, if one can meditate very strongly, then of course we will have it can bring or eliminate the seed of this all the karma and then all the negative emotions. But even we can even we don't have that kind of ability. But still, what we can do is, when one's meditating on an impermanence or the emptiness, it kind of pushes away,
Suppresses
away these conditions. That is,
Yeah.
아니 쇠대가 지는데 아니 그 차창도 준비 차거들이야 기회디 타고 당도 준비 용용에 용어 친구가
And so, in terms of suppressing this, we're talking about in relation to suppressing, at least being able to suppress the mental afflictions and the three poisons, but particularly in relation to attachment, because it's attachment that really forms the kind of ripening condition for the karmic to allow the karmic seeds to ripen. So, as much as we're able to push to keep far away from or push far away that attachment, then we're able to at least to suppress the main sort of the sort of manifest emotions from arising, negative emotions from arising.
다들 이들 선배 아니 동해 진지지기 나라같이 총배이나 자원이 용금에도 동해 기업을 쳐봐도 또 민계와 쳐봐다 아니 뒤 소디 아니 도착이 좀 티버치기도 잠배 아니 주 아니 동해 기업을 쳐비기 주들라다 고 디카서 겐 넬란다 인지지 니가 유가 나누네 아니 저거 도착되는 거 님부 띵빙 삼삼시오 원도 잠배 아니 님부 두시 차상지 디나를 된 도와스
And so, in terms of the suffering that we are tormented by, then the main the suffering is created by basically by non-virtues, and these non-virtuous actions are drawn on or led on by attachment, and so we see attachment for in terms of thinking about suffering and the causes and conditions for suffering. So the sort of primary conditions, such as the kind of substantial cause, and then also all the other cooperative conditions within the causes of our unwanted suffering, attachment plays a very strong role. And so to enable to sort of counteract this attachment, then we rely on all of the four opponent powers to help us to counteract that attachment.
어디니스 다때네 동해 자, 다 동행되는 식 캥바 도징 이 중에 내가 통화 유배게 나기 세버처럼 달리고 집어들 봐. 나봐 집어들 봐. 다주 민겨와라 아니 빵벌 차고서 냠냠 나면이 동의 미니 다디 로장부터 집어치. 봐. 그지. 다디 주소아 치마 초 쳐봐라 배바고 세버도 집어치.
Oh yeah.
다마바데.
Ah.
오케이?
Yeah.
아바.
So then that's sort of covered, basically covered number 5 there, number 4, sorry, and then we read number 5.
동행 디터보사 동행 디터보단사 텔베 데베니 핸도버 코나 yen다 디치 동행 로베 데와라 가나 디주 게와라 베바 차우냐네 리뷰 지그네사 아니 초 고투미 건 사바 워스.
So then number the quality liking virtue reads, I think happiness devoid of such suffering is a sole benefit. Since I want happiness in which suffering has been turned back, I shall make effort in its cause, virtues, and collect the accumulations in many ways.
제상하다 개와사기 인세에 되는 아주 가리 사무당고도 슬라나 아니 개와사기 인세도 전에 아니 디버는 zemje 아니 디버 맞게버 쳬베 아니 대화지를 배기 위해서나 개와사세 고고도.
And so in terms of when we say this phrase about here where it says about accumulating virtue, then what is this what is meant by accumulating virtue? And then this means to sort of suppress or to prevent the negativities from arising, and then we make effort on the basis of that we make effort to engage in virtue.
단 남샤준도 저기 아니 대화 두단디 아니 동의계벌 치수 동의계벌 집이 교직이 타는 대화도 두고도 아니 동의계벌 집이 차는 대화도 두고도 세 뜻삼다
거기서는
아랑저 남샤준도 대화서 지고들 봐. 대화 두직이 주들라 하는 안주기 개화디 또 된tumbe들 봐. 다 된미 tumbe터는 안주기 유민교와라지 대화 두단치요.
네.
그러봐.
제가 난즈기죠.
그러봐. 이인도 잠비 유민기위기 유민교와라네 대화 두단티 주민도 세 삼로지 가정서나 유텔라도는 주부디 내가 끼그레 삼되나? 내가 대화 진비나 이텐도 이게 제수 주부 민교와지 영향 인바레 삼문도 잠비 아니 내가 대화지기 대외기 지게지기 주 민교와라 라베나야 민교와 인비 차네 코 디고 민대와 연구를 타 쳐버진데 그 가리 단다 제대로 민교와 지비어데 디기 대화지와 지만 디기 민교와 지기를 지게 타 쳐봐. 제가 누구만 yes.
So then then in terms of the normally the way we sort of act is that of course the happiness comes from the causes of virtue, so that the happiness is a sort of is the result, and the cause is virtue, and there's a kind of this relationship is in accord with each other, practicing virtue and achieving happiness, but receiving the result of happiness. But what we tend to do, particularly the way that we often operate, is that we tend to sort of maybe we try to avoid suffering and to get happiness, but we maybe engage in something which is non-virtuous, but which may itself in the very short term give us some form of temporary happiness. But actually what we have to understand is that so we engage in sort of non-virtuous actions which give us a short-term happiness, but of course in the long term, the long-term results of that non-virtue will be much more negative. And so we have to understand that the relationship between virtue and virtue, the cause and effect relationship between virtue and happiness, and between non-virtue and suffering. And so then we have to sort of understand that if we do non-virtuous actions, even if they bring us to happiness in the short term, that in the long term this will lead to much greater forms of suffering. So then really having that sort of, we need to come to a sort of very clear and decisive understanding about that those relationships between virtue and non-virtue, and suffering and happiness. And then when we're very clear about that, then this is the way that we try to accumulate virtue. This is the context in which we try to accumulate virtue. So then when the students in the say in the monasteries are training in sort of paths of reasoning, then there's a very early on there's a sort of simple sort of logistic syllogism that they used. Thank you. There's a simple logistic syllogism that is used, which is that on a smoky path there must be fire because there's smoke. And so this is a sort of simple sort of causal relationship thing. So in the same way, we apply the meaning of that. So that's like an example. The meaning of that sort of syllogism is to create the relationship. The deeper meaning is to create the relationship between the result of suffering and then the cause of suffering, which would be the non-virtue. So that syllogism is designed to indicate the sort of causal relationship between these things.
That's why whenever suffering that happen in our life, we don't point outside. We say this kind of a condition happened, then why I have to suffer is something that I have to do in my past life or something in this life. So it just seems this syllogism really is very relevant to us.
Yeah, but also we have to sort of remember that just because there is a particular cause in place, it's not necessary that the result, the related result will arise. So there is a hope for us because another of these syllogisms.
Not the only hope, not
great hope.
50%, 100%.
Yes, a great hope. There is a great hope for us because then in the same sort of the tradition of the sort of studying the paths of reasoning, there's another syllogism which I'll try to make it kind of simplified, that it talks about how a field in spring, a farmer's field in spring, which is kind of complete with all of the causes and conditions for such as water and fertilizer, and it's been planted with seed and has water and fertilizer and sunlight. So the complete a field which is complete with all the conditions will necessarily give rise to its harvest, let's say, because it's a field which is replete with all the conditions. So it's a kind of weird technicality in the debate. But the main thing is, the answer to that syllogism is there's no pervasion between the reason that just because it's a field which is has been planted and is replete with all of the conditions that required for growth, that the harvest will necessarily arise. The answer to that is that there's no pervasion to that argument. It's not guaranteed, that argument, because in the next moment, the way the syllogism works is that in the next moment, a crow or a flock of crows maybe will come along and eat the seed, and therefore the harvest is not guaranteed to arise. So this is a syllogism that gives us 100% hope.
The crow is our hope. So that crow is not other than the bodhicitta.
The wisdom, realizing the selflessness of all phenomena.
Tadi 유전배 재정과 당사팀 하러리야. 동일이야 미디나 동일기 규매버스라 양양도 상당히 정도야.
So then we have to think about this very carefully, that if we don't, there is suffering that we do not wish to have, then we have to think about not engaging in the causes which create that suffering. This is something we have to think about and sort of pay attention to again and again.
다디는 디sig마레 아니 디데 지금 삼도 날래서나 아니 개와 두발라 아니 고 진행 배제지에 동해라 가도 미시베기 로직다 아날 하바도 동해기 규데라 동해 코란 미시베로 매매체 동해 미시베스 동해기 귤 미시베로 제원도 엔싱네 동해기 귤 파방고도 냠나 개와 두발라 랑싱기 배와 차로 is.
And so in terms of this talking about this, having this in order to help us to, it says like virtue, to sort of wish to engage in virtue, then what really helps us is to sort of also this mind that is not able to bear the suffering, but not just the suffering alone. That's not enough. We also need to not be able to bear the causes of that suffering, to sort of allow the causes of suffering or to bear them. And then on the basis of those and that kind of sort of foundation, then sort of more naturally our wish to engage in virtue will arise.
So in order to bring the samsaric, the worldly happiness, remember, I always use this example. Because I like pasta. So in order to enjoy pasta, I'm not talking about this real authentic, this very nice pasta, not from you buy from supermarket and make instant kind of thing, but it's more like go the process with very, very traditional way. Okay, so then it takes so much effort. Buying the right recipe and fully organic, all this.
Yeah.
All this from morning or maybe one day before you prepare every recipe. It's so tiring. But because you wanted to have such a great pasta at 6 p.m. tomorrow, and then due to this kind of having this one solid reason, only takes not to eat that pasta, maybe not more than like 10 minutes. Okay, chew more healthy, so then maybe let's say 30 minutes, not more than that. It takes only 30 minutes to finish the pasta. For preparation, almost 2 days. Okay, going here, shopping and everything. But we will never say, oh, these 2 days is wasted. The reason is because the pasta was so important. That's how we put it. Like this, when we put some effort in a virtue, we want it, okay, virtues, it's kind of optional. So now more you see the naked, doing the chola, doing the kevachi do any mingewala culture is lost. Sunachum, the symbol, destructive way. No symba. Symbo master as you did it. Consoled annoyed.
Yeah.
Oh, the Lord catches symbol. any you did you do what Sangoran take you don't give a serious to me sure of Kobaja college with it. He did something, take you to show the la, Georgia college.
So in terms of the sort of the non-virtues and the way that they create suffering, and seeing this, however much we're able to sort of not to bear these, allow these non-virtues to arise, and so sort of to not to get because of consulant something much as the non-virtue.
The big Julia love do something.
So then we get annoyed with ourselves about the fact that if we allow these negative activities and negative actions to arise, and then really it's understanding that as soon as that cause is in place, then it will give rise to suffering. So we understand that, and then getting really annoyed or upset as soon as these non-virtues sort of arise. Then if we have that kind of feeling, then very naturally engaging in virtue will be a sort of process which will much more naturally arise in us.
Right now, we don't need to put any effort to do something negative things, because so we are kind of professional there, because we love doing it. We love doing negative things. But the funny is, we don't want the suffering. Then it is like it's like a package you are buying. No, you are buying this stuff. That kind of suffering things comes with it. So you cannot just take this away. Like in the supermarket, when things come together, you have to buy that thing, even you don't want it. So, 제장가 아람주기 진지기 아니 동행지에게 주 되게 자는 자산 뭐 동행지 지기를 지나주는데 당신기 다이 제베는 뭐 가수지 기부 연구를 slave에 누구 맨하고 우리 동행 티기를 있으면 이제 레자베 주고라 아니 당신기 탑션바 개월 배야지 레 와스.
And so thinking in terms of this the causes of suffering, then understanding that that they 100% guaranteed to if those causes were 100% guaranteed to provide us with suffering, and then really having that sense of that 100% sort of having that real sort of trusting faith in the fact that those causes, the negative causes, will produce our suffering. If we really have a sort of strong sort of trust and faith in that in that understanding of that relationship, then very naturally the other side of things, the wish to engage in virtue and the effort to engage in virtue will very naturally come from that.
다디 디서비 슈델라타 소소기 아니 가르쳐 그랬다 너무 게을러 가다 개워도다 아니 프로페셔널 사모들이 딜레처를 슈델라 시네 아니 다 주보들레지 다 진짜로 심지어 남자 동문 디다보다 딜레 체체는 동소 냠도 때니 대다지 동행 탐제다 전화 아니면 인지게 보고 신의 심지어 탐제 미인지 됐기 싶어서
So then, if we become very professional in this way of understanding in our own lives and own situation, if we become very professional in this understanding of the way in which the mental afflictions lead to suffering, and then we also become very professional in the ways that we are able to create virtue and therefore happiness. Once we become very sort of professional in that. And those, then this leads us on to the sixth sort of quality or topic here, where it talks about developing compassion for sentient beings. So this is the compassion which is focused on all sentient beings. So it says, think just like me, sentient beings are tormented by such sufferings, and sufferings that are even greater than mine. Considering this great compassion, thinking, may they also be free from all suffering. Yeah.
제 생각 다 저기 넘버 당분에 number 나바게 파도 삼로데 템부시다 쇠메나 아니 딜레바비 닝지디 닝지베디 지게 교우슈시 닝지 교우들이 소소려야 때마토에게 닝지지 아니 신 심지어 탐지를 편타고 있냐나 내가 주니가 봐봤어.
So then in terms of the first sort of 5 qualities, developing the first 5 qualities, from developing the thought of conditioned existence to the liking of virtue, then if we're not able to sort of have these in a very sort of stable kind of strong way, then this 6th one of developing compassion for all sentient beings will be very weak. And even though we may have that wish that may all sentient beings be free from suffering, actually this is sort of it won't we won't be able to really generate that form of compassion in our minds because of the earlier ones from 1 to 5 not being strong and stable.
다디 인도점에 단다 가지고 디 삼바당의 패션 신진 점을 인지해서 니 충분한 인지 충분 송비나거네 신진 점을 인지해야 될 레스.
So I think that I think we talked about the 3 different kinds of great compassion, and I think that this particular compassion that's being mentioned here is the great compassion which focuses merely on sentient beings. So then in terms in the great text it's mentioned that there are 3 kinds of great compassion which are mentioned. The great compassion which is references or focuses merely on sentient beings, the great compassion which focuses on the Dharma, and the great compassion which is a non-objective or referenceless great compassion. So from out of those 3 types of great compassion, I think this one is the great compassion which focuses merely on sentient beings.
알았다. 동해리야 겹쳐면 내가 알아. 내가랑 치수야 봤다. 알아. 이 이지 템부진이 언제든지 신 신전도도 다 지금 소설을 껴왔다 지나 다 가다 껴왔어 그러다. 아니 동해디래 다들 지 타야 삼보편이 매대니 지금 삼보여 들리지기 여되는도라. 이제 체체 그냥 누가 체체 동소 제가 누가 체체 동소 알레 못한 껴와도 저 때문에 선배 다들 저 등에게 편도 치투사를 그냥 등조지리고 왔어.
And so in terms of and then in terms of this this kind of compassion and then which gives us a power to a sort of ability or power to protect ourselves from suffering, and so when we understand that this is the power to protect ourselves from suffering, which is something that we have as our own sort of then we understand that as our own sort of natural quality for us. And then when we look at all the other sentient beings, and when we sort of look at people who are in a sort of poorer situation than us, so this means the poorer situation than us means it means to be those who don't have this way of thinking of the power, the sort of the inbuilt power to protect ourselves from suffering through these understandings. Then with that kind, if we have that kind of mind, then it says in the text because it mentions here that the sentient beings are tormented by such sufferings that are even greater than mine. So then we understand that we have the confidence to be able to sort of offer these people who don't have that kind of mind. We generate the compassion for those that may they be free from suffering.
So if you feel there is no antidote, same suffering, but one feels there is an antidote, and one is thinking there is no antidote. suffering, but how you handle the situation, two different ways. Totally two different ways. So here you are in this position of thinking, now I really kind of know how that kind of suffering comes, and now I know the antidote, how it works. But now I look at the same person who's suffering in this kind of state. Now I feel I want to really help. That's real help. But there was more in our worldly, which is good, but not enough. Is something we make a donation, we help, but that is some very, very ordinary way of helping, because that doesn't give any kind of no guarantee it will bring a peace in their life. Okay, so now once you have this antidote more, you have to become more stronger. So then Lama Tsongkhapa now starts with the how to transform.
Yeah, the main the main practice of taking suffering as a path by focusing on others.
단 이번 인생의 심진지단 개발한게 동에 치료 유견도 주의 미엄 미만이 번 나라 말하고 마망도 전에 다기 동에다 담지 내가 내가 탐지지 저 고쳐네 대다기 내가 윤 샤바다 대다기 내가 탐지 tel라 동화다 대다기 동에 다라 렘베에서 동랭이 좀 중지기 네 주마 중지기 집에네 사바정 당사
And then, so this reading through this is the first part of this, taking suffering as a path by focusing on others. So it says, meditate extensively on humans and non-humans who are external conditions for the suffering of sentient beings in general, and particularly for your suffering as being your mother's. Make effort in training your mind, beginning with a contrived practice of giving and taking, and consider your own suffering to be in lieu of the harmful experiences of sentient beings, so that its continuity is cut off. Send them all your happiness and well-being, and take their negativities and suffering upon yourself.
제가 다 말을 보면서 저 아마디 코 지기 아까리지 보시지요. 봐. 그냥 수수 게르서서네. 야 지기 인지민지 아마 공부 말해. 바와 공부 지기요. 주조 공부 지기요. 리면 공부 지고 딱 한지 수수 미지 나로리야. 아니 미비다사. 거긴 친구 인지. 미비다사 지켜요.
Yeah. So then in terms of this, where it mentions about meditating on the mother as being your mother's, this is always in the context that of someone that we generally feel feel the kindness and great gratitude towards, but it's not essential that we focus on depending on each individual circumstance. It's not necessary to focus on the mother. We could focus on our father or our uncles or aunts or our spouse, or so it's not essential to necessarily use, but we need some sort of focal point for this, for which we feel great gratitude. So we're creating a relationship. We need to be able to create a relationship based on that focal object for which we feel great gratitude.
So more you feel gratitude, then
Gratitude.
Then more you feel like repaying the kindness back, repaying the kindness. Less you feel gratitude, then you feel like, yeah, you're so kind, yeah. But sometimes then you say like, yeah, he did it because he has to do it. Otherwise, maybe, okay, he did it, but he did such a great job there, being as a father, mother, or friend. He can be like that father, that mother, but he been a very different good, so kind. So, 제가 갑자기까지 가족이 거진 삼보 숙제와 코베 티주기 아니 가서 심지어 말에 라마리 티치 상제리 티치 semdanya tanya ti kadrin ji thone semdanya tanya re shin semdanya tanya ski dwa.
So really, this sort of feeling of gratitude to whoever it is something that really brings us sort of closer together with these. So it not necessarily here we're talking about the mother or the sentient beings, but however much, but it also applies to our gurus, to the Buddhas. However strong, however much we're able to cultivate this strong sense of kind of gratitude for the kindness, this is what brings us closer in relationship to these people or these objects. So if we take a sort of our focal point as the Buddha, and if we were only to just remember the Buddha through their qualities, so only thinking in terms of their qualities, but we didn't have this to cultivate this sense of gratitude for their kindness towards the Buddhas, then this will really won't have the effect of drawing us near to it won't have the effect of drawing us close so close to them.
So in the Tibetan and Indian, I kind of brought up in this community. So then for me, like in India, the parents are taken as like kind of or one of the highest. And then they have this custom, even they understand, the younger generation understand or not, they have to put their feet, or their hand on their feet, saying my position that's on you. Please never take away from your feet. So it's more like saying, I can see the kindness of yours, so may I never get out from that. So it's more like a very profound thing. It's not like the father has now his dominance towards the family, not like that. But this is more. It's coming from the seeing the kindness of. This is how they make the kind of a family quite. The bond is very special, but then not necessarily it should be a perfect kind, okay? But then when I traveled in the West, and I stayed in one family where I'm in America. Then a son came to meet his father, and then so then father said, father told me that for a few months my son wasn't so happy with me, and that the son was next to him. Then said, well, now we are good friends. I was so shocked to hear this. You were saying that father and the son becomes a friend, just a friend. So I was like kind of shocked to hear that. So, but it is a kind of a process. Somewhere it's going, it's good. But then the most important thing, it comes, I think, more you don't have this kind of thinking of the kindness, like saying, if you could say my father and mother not kind because one person said a very naughty thing. Say, I'm born like my parents doesn't have any feeling to make me. They wanted to have fun and there I come. So why I should feel so
sense of gratitude.
Sense of gratitude there. So if you have this kind of understanding only, then it's very difficult to explain. But then even they don't have intention, then they wanted to have family, which it completes their the marriage, or then they feel like this is the one son. There could be so many children. This is stranger, this little guy, this is fine. From the beginning, they never felt like a stranger. It's like, who is that guy? They never felt that. They just feel like this is part of me. This is amazing. So, yeah, if the child does not appreciate this kind of thing, from the day one, there's no way to have a perfect family. So, and then they will say, your problem is your problem, not my problem. And there's you and me from the beginning. So what comes together is to be oneness, I think, feeling the kindness. That's why kindness is such a great. So that's why Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, the quality is greater than the maybe the Lama has. But the Lama, why we put ahead in a Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, especially. That's why we got the nickname Lamaism. So, due to the kindness of the Lama, because all these qualities, it's kind of, you go in a library, we understand. But in order to actually realize that, who will make this happen to you is just going near, sitting to this person and experiencing is something different. It's more like you are hearing some kind of like yesterday we went for a dinner. So my host is so good with explaining food. That how delicious could be. It's so good. Then it's kind of a water in the
Mouth
watering. But that is great. But then most great thing is when it comes to real experience. Then you feel like, oh, it is not just mouth watering. Actually, this is really delicious. So it meets together. So for the Buddha's quality we hear, it's so good, so great, so good. But then actually to bring this kind of experience, it comes from our teacher. So that's why we put Lama before, and then Buddha Dhamma Sangha. So one of a close friend of mine who is not studying very well, so he finished IBD at the school, and then he went to in the West. Somebody asked him, okay, you study Dharma? Yes. So these people, Tibetan Buddhism, not Tibetan Buddhism, the Buddhism, you talk about 3 jewels. What are they? And then he counted in a normal way. They say Guru, Buddha, Dharma. And he was so worried, what's happening here? He said 3 jewels, and there's a 4 actually. And then he said 3 is mistaken. It's a 4 jewel. So this is how it happens. So yeah. 제자가 다 되네. 심지지도 쳐봐다가 심지지도 we take a break after right? 심지도 쳐봐도 랑게 동행이 치료이 된도 마다 만만한 바다지 그냥 심단이고 지수. 심단이고 수액이 요리 가르치는 제가 통 매번에 다지 통화 매번에 코르데 요래 코르데도 sempre 달랭아란 쪽이 두주 동동지 나는 안 줘있는데 코르나 신지 심진 다지가 장도 대버도 탐지년 동안 두주 당 많이 지다 봐봐도 그냥 건조경 아저를 까지 치만이 심진 찍양요 말이스 리인도 잠배 좀 고토만이 그런 쪽이 까진도 삼제 아니 다 까진 삼제 까진 사비야기 규드 마선에 다 가져 까진 사비야기 다 가서 우리 아주 마선에 다 까진 사비야기 제에서 우리 디약 슈도디 말한주 단다 줄이야 이모 카리스마가 쇼고야다 이모를 타르다 제단다 산예주고만 토비하기 오딘데기 레와네 송데 이 가서 이게 지부 모두 봐도 한 얘기들이야. 또 로치 섬에들 와.
And so, in terms of thinking about here, as it's mentioned in the text, about all the different kinds of suffering of the specific and general sufferings of the sentient beings, and then and then in terms of trying to create a sort of closeness with all of these sentient beings, and from as imagining that sort of also imagining it from beginningless time. We have been connected with all of these countless sentient beings, so that there's not one sentient being that at some time has not been. There's not one sentient being that has not been in this extremely close relationship, such as the mother with us at some point, some time since beginningless time. So. So this is sort of so there are many doors there are many ways or many doors through which we remember the kindness and feel that sense of gratitude to all sentient beings. And then in terms of being able to the substance of how we are able to then remembering that kindness, the substance of then being able to repay that kindness to all of those sentient beings, then we think about our own way in which we have learned about the relationship between suffering and its causes, and the way to counteract counteract those causes, to be able to challenge and to counteract all the mental afflictions, and the way and understanding the way in which we work towards attaining the fully enlightened state of a Buddha. And then and then we develop this sort of strong wish to be able to support and help them in all of that process of going through all of that process of destroying the mental afflictions and walking the path to enlightenment, right from the beginning when they have that first wish or hope to do that, right until the final result of attaining enlightenment. So we have this on the basis of that closeness, you have this strong wish to then be of aid to them in following that path.
사회하기 점을 내주면 칼리치 로요 당 아랑주비 냐다 소소년의 제리 칼리드다 다 같이 춘주다 신신진 타입이 도다를 지금 내가 제가 그거보다 지금 파종으로 거진 새벽에 지금 최대야 당 최대한 법담 마세 이 람라야 직상지고 마토기 봐도 아니 공조를 배 지금 심수를 키워고도 좀 다디도 배시 먼저 가서 오랬다 셈께스 라블에 사람의 셈들이 야기하고도 참배 상하도 아니 아란주는 샤준들이 냐면 중동 제당들 통동직 제당들 많이 봐 야친부 쉬게 오를 사배 진에는 동맹냐면 더보도 있어.
And so then in the way of sort of repaying this kindness and thinking about that kindness and needing to help everything, being able to be of benefit and aid to every single sentient being, and to engage in ways to support them in following for instance, to teach the Dharma to them in order to show them the path, and to support and encourage them to sort of follow all of those paths and to go in that way. And so we need this a tremendous amount of courage to be able to do that. So at the beginning, we tend to have a sort of smaller, we're a bit short-sighted or have a kind of smaller mind. And even though we say the word sort of bodhicitta or that sense of the mind of enlightenment, but actually what we need to do is take that and expand that kind of mind wider and wider, and then in order to help us to be able to do that, then comes in the text the actual practice of giving and taking to help us to learn how to do that.
아니 얘기 뒤에서 한쳐봤다 탐지디 다 심정기 저도 봐 넣었어 심정 탐지를 봐 무슨 찍마로 그냥 예 동남체 달
So then in terms of the giving, then we imagine all of our sort of virtues, all of our roots of virtue, and everything we have, we sort of wish to be able to give away to all of the sentient beings as a kind of, kind of dedicating it away to all of the sentient beings, and thinking how wonderful if they could have all of this kind of mind in relation to giving.
딱 가서 로 가지고 이게 계산 쭉지 비게 가서 마티니야 계속 중간만 신체 비게 다 로종기 이 자와디 신체제 아니 너무 예바데 막 땅도 잠베 그거 디 가서 투모문이 당아요 봐 디 좀베 너무 예바데 막 아니 또 시제 막 롱도 막 땅도 잠베 아니 매바 가지고도 슬라마 아니 말한게 더 봐도 사베 개베 싸와 아니 창조를 생각 동반이다 또 강한 상바지 수수 개비 된다 면스 딩인 신 심진의 대안도 바시치도 시제는 동도 마시다.
And so when I was in Martini, I spoke a little bit about the practice of giving and taking, and particularly this at the end of that sort of giving and taking, this practice of being able to a practice related to the breathing of so the sort of dark sort of light taking away all the sufferings and difficulties of the sentient beings. Yes. So first of all, so actually going in the so in terms of giving, then from the right nostril, we imagine there's a white kind of in the form of aspect of kind of white light, all of our virtues and positive qualities, any qualities that have come from cultivating bodhicitta, meditating on emptiness. And we think that these are not only things which are for our own welfare, but can be used but can be a benefit for the welfare of all sentient beings, and then that goes out from our right nostril in the aspect of white light, and sort of because so it's sort of goes out and kind of strike the word pocket strikes all the sentient beings. And
so what is the benefit there? It's right now when we take a breath, no effort. Without an effort, we do this. So now, in order to do this in the future to benefit of the sentient being, may we have this kind of skill. We have this quality. So, drinking this, whenever we have to breathe, without breathing, we will die, right? So now there are two ways of breathing: one from the right one and the one from the left one. So simultaneously, happening. So simultaneously, from here, right, when it
exhale, yes.
Exhale. So read this with the light going through all the sentient beings that we take now. Whatever I have on the path ones doing practices, studying, meditating, this is all to bring the benefit of all sentient beings without no self-cherishing. And then at the same time, and then from the left one, see a dark light going, coming. So coming,
inhale.
Is inhale, right? Going. Maybe we can see focus more here, and then focus more here when inhale. So there's dark things coming, that of all the sentient beings suffering, and then self-grasping, self-cherishing. So then you do this. Actually, can you do that? Actual thing? No. Impossible. Otherwise, all the Buddhas have done that. Then why we are here, right? So when we do this, especially you make a special connection with the sentient being. Very special connection. So for this kind of taking responsibility in future, when you sit with this one annoying sentence like me spending time with His Holiness. If I bring any kind of not practicing well, doing something against His Holiness, His Holiness never gets tired of me because this practice is already gone. So he feel like, okay, whatever he does, he can do this for the rest of his life, but I will not give up on him. This special bond. We need it. So then there is no Buddhists have a whole closed door for the sentiments. So that's how all this Tonglen practices, it makes a very special practice. That is what they might probably not. The lot I buy. Usually it's a social economy, never do it. Now in the sutra, we don't talk very profoundly about the form body. So here, this brief teaching is here. So kusala social economy, we part of today. Kangla kang deva member, sharel lamando chabata. Or the teaching.
And then it reads in the text, the fifth line of this paragraph. Through gathering the accumulations of kusali emanate innumerable bodies and practiced effortlessly, giving many times every day corresponding to whatever they wish for. So, what they wish for. So it's translated as whatever they wish for, and it so it's it's not really there in that. I think many times whatever they wish for, without because the better than the Deva member.
Rangi ta pejen because mendro tangi chetusa maresi the social deva mind any shing deva na shing pater deva.
So being able to give away sort of effortlessly to them, not to sort of self, almost like self-centered, not relying on ourselves in the sense of not thinking, oh, I'm not able to do this or something like that, but just sort of giving away everything sort of effortlessly, whatever the other sentient beings wish for.
Shingi Tuen Chindu Yude, in a Tang Chetu Samari, Sidu, Shin Temangu, Chindu Yoga, the Kari Garson Slana, and Tang Chetu Samari said, you Garson.
So this way of thinking that I'm not able to do it, I'm not actually able to do that.
I wanted to do it.
Even if you want to do it.
Now I don't have the ability, I'm limited, I cannot do it. So where does this stop? Where is this dot? The self-cherishing.
So that really relates to the self-cherishing.
So then, for Bodhisattva, because this is the biggest problem. So in order to take this out, so then he brings this form body, how to practice. The teachers want kusali, choso yukone, liu bado, never to the kanga, never dewa, shara, mando, cheba, 지금 그래서 가능 중반에 다 조사를 좀 체류 때문에 우리가 주제 아니 심지어는 이제 근데 봐도 그게 노셔는 되는 정도가.
So in the sort of sutra tradition, it talks about how all the whatever sort of virtues and merit have accrued from practicing for purification and then accumulation of merit, and then being able to, on the basis of that, being able to emanate out all of these innumerable bodies in order to be of welfare to all the sentient beings.
이제 당연히 대샤게 this piece of thing then we stop. 제상가 또 ngacho na lo la ani kudu da minda ji song ju chambe ani ku khang ja la ka so le tu bi kya bo ya chi da song bi kya ya ji zhong guo ba ku khang kya la ku di ka de sin na da da ju bi de ba long ta ma de ba long ta ma de cha wa ju chambe sem khawar ro sa de la long li yong wo le long khwa yong sa de la ku du su wa ba ta do so de ta da ke ga ma ti.
So then this is sort of what's perhaps presented here a little bit in more in the side from the side of sutra, but from the side of tantra, there's a different way in which the form body is kind of established or achieved, on different basis on which the form body is achieved, and so for the form body, the form for the tantric tradition, then the form body is achieved on the basis of the subtle sort of wind and the subtle mind, and so therefore in that tradition where it's wherever the subtle wind energy goes, the mind goes with it, and wherever the subtle mind energy goes, the wind goes with it. So they go together. So this is a kind of different quality which is only is uncommon and only common is only in the tantric tradition and not in the sutra tradition.
난 지를 수고 주에 계제디 전주 선배 계제 말에 지 투에 계제 말에
가세.
수고 주에 긴 계제죠 봐. 간디 주요를 슬라이는 계제 진두 진행디 전주 시스템기 바자 수신 뭐지 맨날 계제디 뒤에기 왜
So this kind of question about how does the real sort of interest of questioning about how do we get this form body, or how is it how do we sort of establish this form body, unless you have a very strong grounding in sort of bodhicitta and mind of enlightenment, then this question is not really going to come to the real question is not going to come to someone who doesn't have that.
So whenever you feel limited, then you wanted to bring happiness in the sentient being, especially not only liberation, but they wanted to. I wanted to make them a Buddha. So then, even to make them a good sentient being, good human being, it takes so much effort. Also, to play enlightenment, very difficult. So then, person who really has the strong bodhicitta, or maybe like dawa, chandawa, introducing the chandawa.
Something it's certainly along the lines of something close to bodhicitta, maybe not the actual bodhicitta, but something similar, very similar to bodhicitta.
Compassionate, very compassionate. So then, ultimately, when they realize on the actual, when they come to the practice of helping sentient being, then you feel so limited, and then you really wanted to not only feel like I can help, but then you feel like I wanted to help, but then ultimately there is some kind of obstacle. One obstacle, I cannot any 단단 가서래. 심진기 감도나가 짓다와 신도 마시나 빨리 시비주야 봐.
So then what's very difficult in that process is being able to understand all of the specific sort of dispositions, kind of intentions and sort of characters or dispositions of all of the different sentient beings. So that's where if we're not able to understand that, the difficulties will arise.
아니 매주 춘대 먹어도 터네 아니 코를 강라 강도기 수고 그도 시작돼야지.
So then also in being able to effortlessly, without any form of effort, to be able to sort of emanate a sort of appearances, the form body, whatever kind of form body is required for each of the individual sentient beings and their dispositions. That also, if we don't have that, we need this quality also.
So then all this part, it connects to the Tantra. And this is the place where we knock the door of Tantra, not before. And mostly what we do, maybe in the West, I really don't know, but in some places, like in Tibet, India, Tantra has used for individual purpose. Not the sexual part, but the more here it is about to bring kind of so much peace, so that you can be use the consulta,
So using the these tantric practices in order to increase the sort of power or realization through those subtle practices of tantra.
And 제상의 디기 표정 바텔 때니 아게 누가 텔 때니 수수기 랑진진 숙철 당야지마도 랑진진 요র 당야를 가게 팬도.
So if we do it, if we use it in that sort of mistaken way, then the only thing we'll do is end up increasing our self-cherishing more and more, and there'll be absolutely no way to reduce our self-cherishing.
So my teacher, one of my teachers, so kind, very direct teaching to us. So then he said, due to having such a strong joyous effort he has in his life, which he is feeling confidence and very positive pride. But he says, I don't have like a sharp intelligence mind like you, he pointed out. You, I don't have that, but I have this special joyous effort. And he's saying like, which I have that your kind of the energy, good body. And then which I have kind of your wisdom, very intelligent. But then joyous effort, I don't want your joyous effort. And with this, my joyous effort and the wisdom, maybe I watch what I have, put it together, then I sometimes feel like no doubt in this life I can bring a clear ones. And then also the something.
The constant levels of samadhi.
Samadhi, and also on all the powers, like flying and going under the earth, dissolve, dissolving and appearing. Oh, this, I think I can do it. But then he just go like, well, with this self-cherishing mind and self-crossing mind, I have this power. I will bring so much harm to myself and to others for sure. So I always pray that unless I don't get a bodhicitta, may I never have this powers. So it's a very strong and powerful message. So other people, sometimes what we do, we with this self-cherishing mind, self-grasping mind, and full of anger, full of attachment, then looking for these powers. And even these powers, they have, then it is to harm yourself for sure. Oh, that is it. They want to do this. Now we stop it here. So yeah, people need. Yes. Okay. I didn't
This Sane. break common nocturne 주지란 책 주지 3번에 있으면 주지 받을 주지란 책을 받을 한 3번에 있으면 just 주지
Oh, we start. Also, she mentor Jogunanda Shindo Java Sho Idama Guru Rana Dala Kandiyata Oyame Cheta Tifador Judy Kana Kamil Chabada. Tatene Linga Chichu di Judosa Korsum Tamje Rang Shingi Mebe Taiwegi Ye Sade Molam Chimbu Nakaza Molam Lab Chimbuji Chimbenji da Nuji Teta Gitando Samba Tawani Dewa Ni Ngakwe Es.
And then continuing on with the text, and with it's the 7th line of the paragraph where it says, culminate by seeing it with the view that everything in the 3 spheres lacks inherent existence, making aspirational prayers from the bottom of your heart for the sake of sentient beings in general, and harm doers in particular, is praiseworthy.
Dada kursum said jambi kijedi dada ta ngajo labjunum songi dada sumbadi naloli kije yunguri ta tudane kursum sedu jambi bena chigi tsurim sonro ji ne jimba sonro ji na jimba tangsin de nga jimba tangsa ge simjin in jimbi ze ya tsurim de sonbe na an tsurim songni di nga tsurim songse gi shi simjin 아니 주림 고랑기 고라 따직 탐식도 좀 써봐도 아니 랑심에게 선도 코르가 tel라 되니 아니 제베이나 아니 랍치부시다 is.
And so then what's mentioned here in this one of the sort of important aspects mentioned in these lines here is where it says seeing it with the view that everything in the 3 spheres lacks inherent existence. So the more sort of detail about what the 3 spheres are will come in the 3rd principal aspect of the path when we talk about emptiness. But in terms of speaking of the 3 spheres in terms of practices such as generosity or ethical discipline. So, for instance, if it's generosity, if we take up generosity, then we have the giver. So, in this is, for instance, ourselves, we have the recipient, the other person, and then we have the sort of substantial thing that we offer. Or if it's in relation to ethical discipline, then we have the person who is practicing the ethical discipline, such as ourselves. We have the sort of basis of the discipline, and then we have the for instance, the sort of substance, which in this case could be something like the vows or the samaya commitments. And then we imagine that all of these, so those are like the 3 spheres related to these different practices, and then we understand that all of those 3 spheres lack any kind of inherent existence. So that's what this means.
That's all the nga pe se di nga pare se nga ya di so ara jugi kosum number tabe kosum mimi bis pro kosum mimi bi gane ani jigi nyamlen jigma chebe na ani 강 냠낸 제베기 아니 짐바 추름 서바 든들 something share 인제네 아니 코코의 늘 자고 유두전데 아니 냐바도 지기 코좀 미미비토네 아니 냠낸 치료 중보이나 아니 코알 저거 치료기 탑을 두고 윤디 마베스.
And so here when it says so sorry. So yeah, so then when it says here about seeing with the view and it being praiseworthy, sorry. So here when it talks about this the making great Tibetani. Oh, but this translation of one
어디
came
있다.
there. So in terms of sort of planting this great sort of from deep in our hearts, we have this sort of planting this because they need a call just a call need just a digi.
디니 앞에 시주점에 고소미미 토네 아니 냠len 디 쳬바 이나 디니 디 찍고
Yeah. So only, yeah, I see. So only this is praise. So for instance, it talks about only this is being praised is only this a way of practicing where we understand the sort of the lack of inherent existence of the three spheres. Only this is praiseworthy. It's perhaps a little bit difficult to see in the translation. Only that is praiseworthy. So, for instance, if we practice, but we don't, but we refer to or objectify the three spheres, and then we do practices based on that kind of objectification. So engaging in any of the other 5 perfections from ethical discipline, generosity, ethical discipline, patience, up to meditative absorption, up to there.
시럽
So, and we can also include, I was just checking if we included wisdom, and it says you can include wisdom, because you can include the other forms of wisdom, such as the wisdom realizing impermanence, or the wisdom understanding coarse or grosser selflessness. So we sort of put the subtle selflessness aside. If you do all of those, but if you do all of those practices with this kind of objectification without the understanding of the lack of inherent nature of the 3 spheres, then that will those practices will continue to keep us bound in the cycle of samsara. Whereas if you're able to understand the sphere, engage in those forms of practice whilst understanding the lack of inherent existence of those 3 spheres, then that will lead you on a liberating path out of samsara. So that point right there is the only thing that's praised. that is the thing that's praised.
Before all sort of the practice, Lama Tsongkhapa and the Buddha will never put a highlight that only that one is. But here, because this practice, we shouldn't be bringing this kind of practice in order to enjoy in a samsara. This is something that this practice has to take us away from this influence to the samsara and go beyond samsara. So that's why it is saying only this is praised. Yeah. Okay. Di Gyujulgi Munshiri Zeni. Now Lama Tsongkhapa was saying this to his master, but indirectly, with respect. Di Gyujulgi Munshiri Zeni. Gomde Shin, Tunsamzu Gidi, Pena, Lebara Korea Kombarshu started.
And then, so he says, this is the actual training in virtue. Consider alternating between other meditations and recitations in between sessions, or post-meditation sessions, as it's understood to be good.
Tatanda, Ichidua, Tonglen Chedan Che. And a Jew Kosom maybe get up on Che. Di Genjurbi Mushinava Nas. And a Shinian Shesha de Tunzam Sunyam cheese.
Ali because the tun gig up the into check.
Mushi de la Kanyam Chawsu, Tonglen Ginam Chadanda, Kusali Chogani, Limo, Chadanta, and a Kosom maybe Tone, and a Zuniam Lenandan de Zudi, Mushilina.
So this is a sort of injunction for us to practice within the
not us to his
selling days. Yes,
yeah.
So he's saying to his master who requested the teaching. So please, in the this is the actual way of training in virtue. This of these practices, such as I've mentioned here, such as the practice of giving and taking, and the practice in the other sort of practicing of the qualities, and then also the practice in relation to the sort of non-objectification or non-referential in non-objectification of the three spheres. And so those are the so then he sort of says to his to the guru who requested the teaching, please practice these. These are the practices that you do as the actual training in virtue in the meditative session.
Then the other rest from the beginning, whatever I said, please do this in the post meditation.
The
Post meditation.
yeah, sorry, no. So the six, just to check, the six sort of developing of the six qualities would be something you did in the post meditation session, but the
Then he didn't say take a good rest. So the post meditation becomes so important. So it is more you have understanding, better understanding on the post meditation, and then it really gives you a push to go into a retreat. So in the post meditation, because there's actual meditation, giving and taking, and then taking, because of giving and taking, and then these three spheres, three spheres,
non-objectification of the three spheres.
The emptiness practice, put it simple, and then all this practice is the actual main practice. This is more like a the focus meditation. So before that, how to train you this actual to bring the flavor of this actual practice, all the six way of thinking, acceptance of the suffering, and then all other continues very strongly, that will give you a push to the main practice. So this is, I request you to do this. To teacher is sharing this. 대단한 제나, now 대단한 제나, 시행을 기회에서 개견도 두고 동행 담바 조성하게.
And so then in the second paragraph of this section, it says, if you practice accordingly, what for others, suffering that become the unfavorable conditions for virtue, is in actuality for you befriending with the excellent or becoming close with the excellent.
다 시행이야. 조조랑을 시행들이 민주비 토도 베베기 아니 동해서야 돼. 다 단답하던 안절로 동해 먹어서 동해디 아니 안는 줄로 취해봐라. 아니 동해디 여비나 아니 거울 통해서 도스.
So so we always sort of think in that way of all of these immeasurable sufferings that we have to experience, and we always say we don't want suffering, but if we're in the context of practicing the Dharma, we should see them as a support for our practice.
단 개념 랑도 랑베테니 양도 쿠비기 두 기회 신년도 줄 토바로 줄베 람도 찌롱롱 제네스.
So then it reads, hence difficulties are taken onto the path, and bad omens are turned into fortune, so that the Maras could be transformed into spiritual friends.
제네스 어디 고마워지면 도와 찌롱도 제네 돈벌 롱 중화다 돈벌을 쓰들 좀 뱉다 네 신의 지기 민계와디 냠도 직접지 중수 돈바
네
튀버서도 봐
네게웨데
다다봐도 민계와 쓰들 타지도 유음 샤야 돼 당에 좀 놈도 빼나 자다 수수기 자지다 초보지 여비나 안디 도미알 깔리시다 이거 봐.
So then in the past we've always sort of tried to stay far away or push the suffering far away, but then actually what we do is sort of bring it sort of more close in the same way that normally for us bringing together an enemy and a friend is extremely difficult. But here, you read it as well, didn't you? So then, so in relation to this, it reads, so it read, so whatever you take onto the, was it? So to make them sort of concordant, and to make them sort of harmonious, sorry. Yeah, to harmonize them.
So sometimes we feel like it, in our understanding, the enemy is something like ultimately this is solidly enemy. That you feel like this cannot be a friend anymore. It's so solid enemy, right? And this is a friend, always so good to me. You always cling to that. But now, right now, what I can do is to make this suffering that normally I feel like so irritating, so annoying. But now this really actually helped me to bring practice. And now so-called this, so much clinging to this kind of a friend or a family or something, I know how to handle that situation carefully. So now I can make this thing work together for me. So
to harmonize.
To harmonize. So then we can definitely stay here. Any hint
so then so taking the unfavorable conditions for the virtue, befriending with the excellent, and then it says and transformed into spiritual friends, and then it says whatever you take onto the path, as soon as you get discouraged, supplicate the Lama that is indivisible from the Yidam. And so this is at this point Rinpoche is giving us a hint as to how to sort of a hint to sort of connect us to tantric practice.
Yes. 아니 디 단다 제니 람도롱야기 잠다 레온도 잠베 아니 신에 하다 라마레 단 지금 라마다 이름 아니 예메도 소와답체 아니 소와 뎁신 아니 파주기 주부스는 친이다 내박한데 중구여비 있나요 와 취기 내외 파제도 졸라 또만지니스 다 벌써 그래 고란조로 고에 가르이나 파디 땅치 이렇게 집어 된종한도 디 가수래 당아 디데 내가 친구 디어봐 비나 삼로스tam비나 소소 내가 개친구 쉬고 제딩이 주여비나 매지 하여 지지 근데 민노라 잡는 용구를 디연주 표 야치 쇼하시
So in terms of so then here we're sort of so if we're doing a sort of very important work and we hire someone else to help us with that kind of work,
so we will ask a friend or some loyal person saying there's so many and people will come to maybe ask for my help and maybe some complaints. So I don't have a time because I need to spend such a time of importance here. So you take care of me. So then this is how we call the help of the protectors.
So then here it reads, so then it says, whatever you take on the path, don't get discouraged, and supplicate the Lama that's indivisible from the Yidam. So here we, whatever difficulties and from taking difficult conditions onto the path, then whatever these, whenever these difficult conditions arise, we imagine the guru, the Yidam, the deity in Yidam as inseparable with each other, and we supplicate the Lama as indivisible from the Yidam. And then, or whatever sort of harms and difficulties come, as she described in terms of whatever harms and obstacles come, then we ask for the help. We offer tormas in order to prevent these obstructing spirits from arising. So we offer torma to get help with these harms and obstructions, obstacles. Sorry.
So then when we give torma to Jumbu is not Jumbu.
It's just it's translated as obstructing spirits.
Yeah. Now it's very important when they start harming, but you have understanding. They are harming for a reason that in the past what I have done. So you accept that. Now, in order to repay something, then you are giving this kind of the dharma offerings to them, saying, now I'm doing this big purpose, but now I will satisfy with you this. So when giving this dharma, because your mind is full of compassion, and then this with the so much nectar or so much blessed by the powerful deities, and you are giving this to them, it's like they have intention to harm you so much, but then once they see this gift, it's not the spirit they will see like humans, right? Maybe the humans could be more kind of stupid to not to see this great bliss or something, but then the spirits, they understand much more strongly, because how much you bring a compassion, how much you bless this the one small particular thing you give, they see a huge thing from there, like they wow, he's giving more than what I expected. Yeah, this is the spirits are more clever than human beings. For humans, even you with such a great compassion, I'm giving this coffee to you. You say like this, it's not expensive. This is wrong. So the spirits are a better way of you put more mind. Okay. So, dini du sambeta, the any do mituber, any give it also tower chow, so do zambe, that Tadagi you motu masi, Tadagi, Dabatim to Bajing and Jubi, any Chetugris.
So then reading on from it says so that after having offered the atonement to the obstructing spirits, it then says competency promising in the future that you will do even better. With this, see that your continuum is undisturbed. Your continuum is undisturbed and is accompanied by virtue, but not just being undisturbed, but really satisfied or feeling a sense of satisfaction with sort of happiness, not just being undisturbed.
Then Pishazanga Dungin Chung Tenamsa, Teda Yamling Shiver, but the Tamje Dungin Chungim name Yamshalana, Dunga Chambol and John Songbe, Teda Kombashu City, Dungin Chung Chung Ski or the Zabe, Ranshingi, this Sambro Yadu, Jana, and Dunga Chimbushi, Ranshingi, or Sambro Digi, Dunga Chung Jung, the Samadan Tigi, Dunga Chimbolaya, Ranshingi, some kutus.
So we're then where it mentions at the end here, it is said that if you gradually practice with small sufferings, you will become adept with great suffering, and hence consider that accordingly. So then this way in which we sort of train ourselves initially in training ourselves so when it says actually in Tibetan it says denam, it means all those practices which we've already just been discussing throughout this text, using those in order to help us to train in relation to initially in terms of relation to smaller sufferings, so that when in future a greater suffering comes, we'll be able to apply that practice which we trained in relation to smaller sufferings to the bigger sufferings.
So it's more like in the Buddha in a sutra, Buddhist sutra, it says in one of his sutras, there is saying, I make to the prostration to the first moon.
Yes, the first day of the moon. The first day.
Yeah, first day of the moon.
What do we call it?
The
new moon. Yeah,
the new moon. I say if I make a prostration to the new moon, then you can say you have a prostration to the full moon. But if you make a prostration to the full moon, I will not say you have made a complete prostration to the full moon. That's a very powerful message by Buddha, saying if you start not appreciating from the first kind of virtuous mind, and then even you say, oh, Buddha is great, then you are not really appreciating who the Buddha is, who the Buddha was. So then no guarantee that you really are making a prostration to the Buddha. So my teacher would say, for us, our way of how our mind is functioning, according to that, maybe if we meet a Lama who is on the path of accumulation, may be more effective than meeting a Buddha. So that means because we need some kind of person who really can come to the kind of a hope. It's more like if you wanted to go far away, if like when I travel from centers, one day you do this kind of thing, right? So from other center will bring me here, and then others will take me to there. So it goes like that. So then this is very, very great. So that's similar what Lama Tsongkhapa is saying. In order to bring antidote towards challenge to the bigger the problem, you really need to practice this while something is very mild or a small issue. So start from that, then you will become a perfect. Tadi wamadi sheba di lungda ribe dani nyatemba renjen samdu ki jangne kulde losang tribe pe koba was korang lamen sendi ani nyatem renjen samdu nyedre dowa ani korang la la kere me dowa lungda ribe dani es jeram chi sondwa jeram je korang lungda ribe dani deji ki sheba deji ndu zambe lama ten lungda ribe jeram chi lungda ribe dani sondu kola la chi marwa.
So it's also we read the colophon to the text where it says this explanation was set forth by the glorious Lord Tsongkhapa that was exhorted from afar by the Lord of Scripture and Reasoning, Nyaltumpa Rinchen Sandra. So it's sort of kind of great praise by J. Rinpoche, because I don't think it would be easy for J. Rinpoche to say when he says that the Nyaltumpa Rinchen Sandrup is a lord of scripture and reasoning. I don't think J. Rinpoche would say that easily about people. To call them a lord of scripture and reasoning must have a great meaning.
This text is actually not finished. This text will finish when you accomplish this practice, but somehow you got some idea. Even I couldn't explain very well, but stick with this unless it does give you such a great meaning. So then one day you feel like, wow, this is something amazing that may I never separate from this kind of teaching. Then maybe you don't look at this, but somehow you will have so much. This will time to time come to your mind. So then you can say, "Oh, I studied that." Until that, you shouldn't give up on that. Now, going back to the three principal aspects of the path.
So then reading verse number 9, where it says, if you do not have the wisdom realizing the ultimate nature, even if you gain familiarity with renunciation and awakening mind, you will not be able to cut the root of samsaric existence. So strive in the means of realizing dependent origination.
제장다 되게 가르쳐 놓으시나 니루도 와서 니루도 nilu se ju chen chue bi nilu kale chi yin ba se bu ma shen bi na ani lo chuba ji ji ba di lo chuba ji ji ba di se di di ka so mi she ba de di se ke je me che ma she ba de di se ke je me che jin dang chin ju lo ju de se du nilu ti dang ka de ka jo da da lo de ni ko bu je di ga la ju ka de di
And so here, where it says in the first line, if you do not have the wisdom realizing the ultimate nature. So this, when we talk about this ultimate nature, if we don't know or understand this ultimate nature very clearly, then all the other kinds of mistaken sort of ways of thinking will come out of that, and this is not just having a sort of a not knowing kind of ignorance. This is the kind of ignorance which is the direct sort of inverted opposite of that understanding of the ultimate nature of things. So that kind of ignorance, or ignorance which is completely oppositely confused in relation to reality, and therefore this is the and then the mind which is in direct counterpoint to that, the wisdom realizing the ultimate truth. This is what we use in order to challenge that form of ignorance.
당신 빵 세야지 당신 빵단 때라 아니 남규가 저기 엔치기 민계와도 좀다 지금 지주미도 삼 대대버 맛이 많이 봐고 가르쳐 보래 말한줄 당신기 진당데 친지로 임바데 하고 원도 선배 디드 친지로 디 당신 친지로 임바 하고 원도 선배 딜로 튼지면 하고 원도 선배 로 튼다 튼바 임바 튼다 튼바디 아니 지가서 니루 호랑이 내단디 랑신기 매발라 아니 말한줄 랑신기 여바 정원도 선배 로드 초공도 너무 도숨게 쳐봐 개디 디기 니루디 랑신기 임바는 신지 랑신기 임바 고마이나 텔레데는 차선이 뭐 이미지가
And so, in terms of this self-grasping or grasping the inherent existence of things, and then discussing how we abandon those and the way in which we're able to, in which we abandon these forms of self-grasping, and it's not just a way of sort of just avoiding or not getting involved in non-virtue. That's not the way in which we abandon that we are able to go. It's not. We don't just sort of sidestep them or try to just avoid them. But what happens is that we need to understand that this self-grasping is a mistaken kind of mind. Its mode of apprehension of the of things is inverted. It's completely mistaken in holding things in the opposite way, and we need to understand that it is a mistaken kind of mind, that it's a kind of mind that is not in accord with the reality of things, and then understand, and then sort of cultivating the wisdom, as it is saying in the lines here, which is in accord with reality. So understanding that things lack any form of inherent existence, and that and understanding the process of how the mistaken mind of grasping to phenomena to exist inherently, out of that mistaken mind arise all of the necessarily will arise all of the three poisons, and then so abandoning the mind which is not in accord with reality, the self-grasping which is not in accord with reality, and cultivating the mind which is in accord with reality, which is the wisdom realizing the lack of inherent nature. And this is the process which Gelug is explaining here.
장주 셈거리네. 다 단단한 게 농구시에 사베기다. 된다지기 동행 온당래. 참말로 아니 자다 친구 싶지리에 대 이나야 대 아니 안쪽에 등진등 진당 모두 집에 로기 계제 마셔도 된대. 디조로 가져서 공부 제베 이나야 아니 대기 말한 줄이야 타버트
And so, as we've discussed earlier in this text, where we've discussed renunciation and cultivation of the mind of enlightenment, bodhicitta, and also the other practices that which have also been discussed here in this teaching in terms of giving and taking, and these are sort of incredibly beneficial practices, but because they do not directly sort of counteract the sort of the sort of way in which self-grasping apprehends the mode of apprehension of the self-grasping, which is to cling to inherent nature, and because they don't provide us with they're not minds which have a direct which are in direct opposition to that mistaken mind of clinging to inherent nature, then all of those practices, although extremely wonderful and beneficial, cannot actually lead us to liberation. Can't give us liberation. So then something that we have to be extremely discern extremely clearly here is that we talk about two different kinds of path, the ripening path and the liberating path, paths which are ripening and paths which are liberating. And we have to understand the sort of difference between these and the way in which the liberating, the ripening path is a sort of supportive and beneficial of the liberating path.
So many, like if we say like billions and billions of money payment in your life, but then unless you don't have a quite good understanding on the liberating part, which is the emptiness, meditating on emptiness, if you don't have that kind of influence at all, what does that mean is you will get this merit into the samsara. In samsara, you will have a better life. That doesn't mean you are getting out of it. So there's no liberation part there, liberating path. So
you really have to be careful not to mix these different paths up.
So then he saw when we do Sanjay Chodon, this motivation, and then one time he said, let's stop here. Now whenever we say da, me, I, then meditate on emptiness, and then let's repeat it again. He always reminds us that. Da, 제장가 디 마란주기 인중당 chanjugu semla 가져 공부치는 시베 자와주 내가 메도 점배 아니 동번이 코나라 시베 자와주 내가 요리스 이나야 디나로 제름 붙이기 동번이 커두마 송치 and 덴데도 타르데 송리스.
And so this renunciation and bodhicitta, these kind of practices are not able to cut out from the root or cut out from the root, cut out the root of samsara. It's only the wisdom realizing emptiness that is able to completely cut away the root of samsara. But actually, here in this text, Rinpoche is speaking more. Doesn't speak so directly about emptiness, but speaks instead of the way in which dependent origination is related to that.
제장하다 땡제세 디라야 아니 숙직 자고에 좀 전에 제름 붙이기야 양도 중심이 나와 그래서 오스나 동배 고아 가주 슈심부라바 되기 아니 랑신지 요 말이 제들 네버전 투제데 이나야 아니 최탐지 랑면을 주베 동바 인장 아니 최탐지 요초부지 자와 제조부에서 이거 삼로들라 네버 밥때 두 말이스.
So Rinpoche explains in many of his texts and writings about why the importance of making effort in understanding dependent origination, because he explains that however strong our understanding, sort of meditation or understanding of emptiness is, and this is able to bring on a very strong understanding of the lack of inherent nature of phenomena, but it doesn't provide us with the it doesn't help us to understand the way in which they do exist and the way in which they're able to understand, they're able to perform functions. So that's why he says he talks about the importance of dependent origination.
대지 때려 또 배탈 배고레스 다 관시 콘데 주나 탐제지 준전남의 로아메 통시 미국 대소 관이 꾸이셔버 되는 산지지 아마 슈스.
And so then he said, so that's why he says, strive in the means for realizing dependent origination. And then verse number 10 reads, with respect to all phenomena of samsara and nirvana, you see that cause and effect never deceive their laws. And when you have dismantled the focus of objectification, at that point you have entered the path that pleases the Buddhas.
제생각 동바지국이 고화되어비나 단다디 관시콘드 주나 탐지 준전남의 로아 미국에 대해서 관여권 되는 산지지가 주 고화되라고 말했어.
And so if you have only an understanding of the sort of empty sort of nature, the empty nature of things, then you won't be able to get a clear understanding of what's being talked about here in verse number 10 about you won't have this, you won't be able to dismantle the focus of objectification, and as is mentioned in this verse.
더 산지집을 한번 주고 말했어요. 산지집을 남대 가르스나 대반이기 고름 맞추거든 와.
And so the path that pleases, and what's mentioned here is the path that pleases the Buddha, is the not mixing up the stages through which we understand the two truths.
It is more like a metaphor. The sanji jeba said it. Sanji kora to give
Yeah, not getting all excited about it or happy, pleased about
so
it.
it's more like what is the most important. If there's something that we do to make it Buddha happy, what will be that way? Like you have this attitude, right? So if His Holiness there and you wanted to make an offering, then you ask the attendants of His Holiness, oh, what His Holiness like the most, that makes him so happy, so we wanted to offer that. This is how we say, right? So not necessarily His Holiness gets that and super happy, and he does not get that, I'm very unhappy. Not that one. So now this practice, because Buddha coming to this world, why he became fully enlightened, is something that he wanted to give a teaching, not only the Four Noble Truths, but most importantly, true truths. Because we have so much misunderstanding about these two truths. And then that's why Buddha wanted to give this understanding to us. Then all the lifetime long, endlessly, beginninglessly, he was so much putting effort to bring this teaching to himself and for us. So now, if we don't understand it correctly, so then it is we can say Buddha won't be happy, right? Even how much he practice. So 제상가 딘디기 딘니기 남샤 고름모주고 never 쳐발라 아니 동바다 딘디니기 저와도 수치부자 가서 하고 디톱기 아니 제상가 아주 대바 당보도 통보이나 대바 니바도 통통기 대바 니바 대바 당보도 마통 대바 니바 통대베 아주 통당들이.
So then in terms of these not sort of mixing up these two truths, then this sort of related to, we need to relate this to a very, however much we can relate that to our understanding of dependent origination and emptiness, then that will help us in this way of not mixing up or kind of, not mixing up the understanding of the two truths. And the essential point that on the basis of understanding the first truth, we can understand the ultimate reality, then we can understand conventional truth. But if we don't have a good understanding of the ultimate reality, then and we talk about knowing conventional truth, that's the way we are. That's where we are. That's our way of seeing things at the moment.
So after all this, we when we come back, we will continue. And now, most important here, what take away from this teaching is if we say even we don't know the first truth, the ultimate truth, but then you feel like we know the conventional truth very well, and then we feel like, okay, I know the table, I know this, I know very well, so I'm very happy. This is what we are thinking. But Buddha is saying, you don't understand how things function well, how much you are educated. You are the top scientist, but still you are good to explain everything, but you really don't know the nature of the phenomena, nature of yourself, who you really are. And then it should really bother us. Then we should really kind of sue the Buddha. Like, what you are saying? What are you talking about? What do you know? What are you trying to say? I don't know my family. I don't know the table. What you really meant? Then the curiosity should be there. So then the kind Buddha says, because we 재상가 렁싱 세야디 세부지 하모거나 아니 렁싱의 출제 렁싱의 좀더 친지로도 주제 애는 안 주기 때문에 벌 태진이 아니 로추기 요레스.
So if we don't understand what we're talking about when we say nature, then if we sort of then go on to say about being mistaken in relation to the nature and sort of being completely mistaken in the completely opposite way to the nature, then we won't be able to make a proper explanation of how how we apprehend things to exist in a way. We apprehend things in a way in which they don't exist.
변화 쪽지기 니루 통 쪽지기 니루 통 바이나 안 가르통 수도 쪽지기 뭐 컨디션 버세요 하고 싶어.
So in terms of seeing the nature of the table,
쪽지기 니루 세부지 통소나 아니니 쪽지
you need to know, in terms of knowing the sort of way in which the mode in which the table exists, we actually need to know the entity, what we call the entity, or perhaps the nature or the entity of the table. So in terms of not about in terms of apprehending the table, it's not about apprehending that this sort of what we see here externally as a table, but it's about apprehending the actual entity or nature of the table. So when we talk about sort of clinging to the I, and then the self, clinging to the self is not about clinging to our bits and pieces, our arms and legs and all the. It's about clinging to an I which is sort of unrelated to our different parts. When we talk about clinging to the I. So then, if we have this, this sort of clinging or grasping, which holds the I to be something independent or unrelated to the aggregates, and then we cling to that, then all of the other forms of mistaken thinking and minds will flow out.
这个商教所搭配商教
Oh, sorry, yeah, the independent, yeah, so sort of that way of sort of apprehending it in, completely independently, or sort of self instituted.
나 상教的里面呢 아니 텔라야 아니 도도사 주미 지금 남도 도도사 시골이라고 해요.
So then if you don't have something which is sort of self-instituting, kind of inherently there, self-instituting, then what's called the inappropriate attention or inaccurate engagement, which is another mind which comes after that, after the clinging, will have no way, it'll have nothing to sort of get hold of.
야고지 통수나 타 지도 비슈야고 통로야지.
So, for instance, if you have that, then we see it as good, then we exaggerate it to be incredibly good like that. So it doesn't have something to get his teeth into.
So you will try to stay as to how the nature is. So as you see the nature, and then you don't have all this
Exaggeration or
exaggeration.
superimposition.
So then you will say, oh, this can happen. Then you are so cool. 24/7. 제장가 다 디디 용에 지도 엔텐데 또 탑로 베리스.
So for that purpose, this Rinpoche says in the text, so strive in the means of realizing dependent origination.
Okay, so we will meet at 1:30. Okay. 사시 베시스시네 담리라 비시니 산예 신고 미드고와예 저고 남바시나 저바 구루라나 만다라 카니요도야.
So Rinpoche, emptiness is cool.
Emptiness is cool.
Cools you down.
The new cool.
Cools you down.
Cooling.
So please be back 15 minutes before 1:30. Now we start 1:30. And if you have any questions related. So that will be easier for us to comprehend. And also for the Hawaii people, so that it can be read out.
Oh yeah.
Even I cannot answer everything, but it is good that if you have the questions, that even we don't get a time to discuss, but this could be very good to bring some kind of practice out from you. Otherwise, you just leave it like that, it will be forever like that. So if you bring a question, you will always think like, what is really meant by this? So somehow you will get answered, not from me, maybe some from others. So it is not a waste of your question. Okay, see you. See you.
No.
Osaji
Perché Joshi Meto Chang,
Rinpoche Nyingten Genpa De Sangye Shindo Mikde Joge Nanda Shinla Jevara Choyeda Mandala Guni Shivata Yogi it's nice. Deepen Ale 다 나왔는데 누가 내가 돈 받게 하는데 고인 그게 뭐 되지 당동에 투표 한번 떠오르네 쭉쭉 저 차를 두기로 왔지 두기로 와 그렇지 다 나왔는데 누가 내가 간지 다 동반이 삼로 슈칭부지 땅야기 그거지 중대 갑라 아니 동백 내가 슈칭부지 연도 잠배
Adobe Acrobat Reader has recovered one or more.
동백이 내가 슈칭부지 연도 잠배 아니 동백 내가 지금 먼저 갈팽도 지나베나 아니 지버디 다도 지버디 뭐 가데 셰
So in terms of the verse number, she read verse number 11. So reading verse number 11, it says, so long as the two understandings of appearance, which is undeceiving dependent origination, and emptiness devoid of all theses, remain separate, so long you have not realized the intent of the sage. So in relation to this verse, if we thinking about the if we have one of sort of someone who has a great opportunity to be able to sort of understand emptiness and to have a strong sort of discrimination about emptiness, if we're so fortunate, then what would the benefit of that be? And the benefit of that would being able to put an end to the grasping to the self, the grasping itself.
진득이 녀바도 슈충부치 다다다 냠티 가서래 곰잡이 갈라 많이 봐 아니 다다 소래 남자견도 저샤니도 그저 그뒤거리나요 아니 지금 동백이 녀바도 슈충부치도 담배 집어마게 이나 당동양 최수소한 게 잡아채봐 잡아채봐다 아니 지금 가서래 function 시바다 function 쳐도 통원도 담배 되려 나와도 끼워도 담배 아니 나와디 된지 물로 이제 아니 녀바지니 보고를 마도 아니 나와디 리시게 원도 담배 나와디 추버를 싶다 나와디랑 추용도 삼나 나와버리시.
And so so for instance, if we're not talking here specifically about the actual time when we're meditating on this strong discrimination of emptiness, but when we're outside of the meditation, when we're sort of going here and there, and so what that strong discrimination of emptiness is able to do is to sort of stop the sort of manifest grasping from arising. But then, of course, as we go here and there, we encounter things, and we see them phenomena to be performing functions. So they appear in this way of performing functions. And if we only have this, if we don't have this strong sort of underpinning as well of the understanding of dependent origination, then we may think that in some way that those appearances are somehow mistaken, because we understand them to be empty, and yet they seem to perform functions. So this seems contradictory. They may, but thinking that those, so we may think that they're mistaken. But this approach is mistaken itself. It's a mistake to approach things in this way.
Tadi du zambe ane tombegi ane tomba degi dongzin ka tuya chida ane kaje nawa ji ndu zambe tende mi lu thon yue ge tende gi tu chongba ina ane maran zo tomba ni gi gom de gi tunda de tomba ni gi ta gom ja dang gi tunda chara changba de sta.
Sorry, so it should be the unmistaken understanding of dependent origination. So, but if we're able to have both of these aspects with the understanding of sort of the empty nature, which is able to stop the clinging, the grasping to the self, plus we have the an unmistaken understanding. The undeceiving understanding of undeceiving dependent origination, which is undeceiving. And if we have both of these, then at that point, then we say that the so then the analysis of the view is then complete.
Mostly many people on the search of emptiness, then the most struggling thing would be they come to realize kind of there is no inherently existence of this innate I or phenomena, and then they come to think this really helps to reduce self-grasping. That's true, that's right. But then while meditating and you make familiar with this kind of experience, and then more you bring this experience, somehow the grasping is not much stronger there. But then once you have the appearance of all this, the cup or the other phenomena, how it functions, when you see these kind of appearance, then because you have trained yourself only looking to eliminate, to bring down the self-grasping on it. Then when the appearance of the things start appearing, then it is a kind of a natural to think, oh, now I'm
And I see things, but through a sort of mistaken way. I'm seeing things in a mistaken way.
And sometimes then we say some kind of a school, not the school of Buddha, but some of kind of people start saying, there's nothing, or I'm just seeing things diluted, nothing is there. So then that is the pure nihilism. Then that is something that you will never gain something from that. So what emptiness really has to have is two powers. One, to eliminate self-grasping, and then it has to connect, to understand things can function. So now, unless, now it is kind of saying like this, unless you don't see the nature of the I, which is the emptiness, even you say things are functioning, you're really not knowing how things are functioning. Because you are seeing things functioning from its own, not dependent on each other, but solitarily it is functioning. So the emptiness, once you reach its antidote towards your self-grasping, the true identity, and then it brings you to open your eyes. This, sometimes we say third eye, okay, make it more stronger here, to see the how the nature, and then how that nature helps dependent arising, very strong. And then it's beautiful to say, because things does not exist by its own, that's why it should be functioning. Normally, people who are having a clinging to the true identity,
Inherent identity.
Inherent identity, and then they say, yeah, things function, and it's dependent. How much you say it, but deep inside, you have one truly inherently that is not dependent on each other. It's solely something there, which is very mistaken mind. Tadi do something today, you chombo na, any Tandati logic now attended lower metal, don't watch in under core, and just so now, this is a tongue to be on the door, yes.
So if you get into that sort of way, if that's the sort of way, the path that you sort of go down, then comes this verse where it says, as long as the two understandings of appearance, 11th verse again, as long as the two understandings of appearance, which is undeceiving dependent origination, and emptiness devoid of all these theses, remains separate, so long have you not realized the intent of the sage. So then, as I was mentioning before, then Rinpoche goes on to say in verse 12, however, at some point, when without alternation, but at once, the instant you see that dependent origination is undeceiving, if the entire object of grasping at certitude is dismantled, at that point, your analysis of the view has culminated.
연하랑 신기 요거 봤다. 당신이면은 매고도 좀 전번이 디나로 만들어지지. 아니 보면லாம் 쓰죠. 이다다 대바통에 아니 저주디 샤. Yes.
And so then in verse 13 it says, further, when appearance dispels the extreme of existence, and when emptiness dispels the extreme of non-existence, and if you understand how emptiness arises as cause and effect, you will never be captivated by views grasping at extremes. So this sort of understanding of the a really strong understanding of the lack of inherent nature, and also because understanding of dependent origination, but to understanding very strong understandings of the lack of inherent nature, but also of dependent origination, and then this understanding that Rinpoche is describing in the verses before, then prevents us from falling into the two extremes. So here, what the two extremes are, is the if something exists, it has to inherently exist. That's the first extreme. And if something doesn't, if something doesn't exist inherently, it must necessarily not exist. So those are the two extremes. Yeah. Yeah, and then so these are and there are the two forms of clinging related to this. So I'll say them again. So if something, the extreme of eternalism is if something exists, it must necessarily exist inherently. And the extreme of nihilism is if something does not exist inherently, it must be non-existent.
No.
Those are the two extremes. That's the extreme of nihilism and the extreme of eternalism. These being free from these two kinds of clinging, or and then being free from those two things is what we call the middle way. And that when you're in that position, that's the time when we say that you've come to the middle way.
So then, from this understanding, you wanted to have a direct realization. It is called path of seeing. And then once you wanted to so familiar that you day and night that you have this kind of a has a strong influence in your life, and that is called kind of a path of no learning. And in the progress to get this path of no more learning, and then you train yourself in the meditation, focus meditation, it is called path of
Path of meditation.
Path of meditation. It's kind of a sounds simple, but not that simple. Because this what we have so much called this grasping is not going to surrender so quickly, because it has been our guidance since beginningless. So in order to tackle with that, you need to have a strong kind of a convictions.
Yeah,
Convictions
conviction.
and how to-
Do the touch over the
now 대달람지 조금 넘좀 내나라는 지신 또베체 엠바덴지 주주 또비 땡기 두머니도 룹시 푸우세.
So then we come to the last verse, verse 14, where it says, "Thus, when you have understood as they are the essentials of the three principal aspects of the path, O son, seek solitude, and by enhancing the power of perseverance, swiftly accomplish your ultimate aspiration."
This is very important, where Lama Tsongkhapa says, now once you understood the so
it says the essentials, it says here.
The essential point.
Yeah, essential point.
Once you understand the essentials,
He says essential. I think maybe the important, this crucial point.
The crucial points. And then now, the crucial points of the three principal aspects of the path. Once you understand that well, then you go be isolated. And now you know being isolated means what really, that is the meaning of that. So it doesn't mean you escape from the situation. You are there to bring the antidote much stronger. So then you are ready for anything what's coming up. So you go out with in the samsara, but you are not more samsaric. But then you will enjoy all the materials in the samsara, but without a clinging. And then no
attachment to this life.
Oh, no attachment in this life.
Cling.
No clinging. Stop the 체딜러 신발매비 토네 아니 체딜러 신발매봐 달러 신발매봐 좋아 아니 또 장주 샘들봐 아니 랑동이 지금 신발매봐 근데 지금 송괴 가네 아니 메지도 스테이지 충분히나.
So then if we then sort of live out our lives without the sort of clinging to this life, without clinging to the self, and without clinging to self-interest. So in terms of renunciation, without clinging to this life, without having clinging to this life, or the body, in terms of emptiness, about not clinging to the self, and in terms of bodhicitta, not clinging on to self-interest. And then, so if we live out our lives in these ways, in this way,
then you have to train this mind being isolated for that, not just going into one place in a cave and staying there for 6-7 months, and you promise yourself you will be not coming out, and then inside there, if you don't have this kind of a seeing the crucial points of this meditation, even how much you become isolated, escape from this world, but the, it all these graspings and everything is with you. So then, and it will, it is just a promise. The promise with that kind of promise that you do for yourself, that I will do 6 months retreat, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years retreat, but then no guarantee. You come out from this meditation or the retreat, you feel more stronger or not, no guarantee. Maybe not. Maybe of course not. I don't know how to say that. And then he says the sun, right? Then you do my new to do shipo. New to do shipo, says you are.
I think, yes, so in the last line, he says, swiftly accomplish your ultimate aspiration.
Now, because you know the crucial points, it is not saying that you should do quickly, swiftly,
No.
but now you know how to do it swiftly. Because if you don't know, it's like you have a machine, and then how much symbol the company makes for you, but if you don't know the crucial points, and you are always confused, and then somebody says, like, even it's so simple and easy to use, but then you say, this is too complicated for me. But the person who really knows how to operate that, then he says, he's not getting the crucial points there. So that it's already kind of a symbol. So now for you, it should be very simple and simply now do it. So this is a great being, special instruction given by a great being to one of his students. That student is quite special, and the master is very special. So then, even though we haven't kind of get a direct teaching, but from the beginning, how Lama Tsongkhapa wrote this teaching, it says, I'm writing to the person who really wanted to liberate from the samsara, and who wanted to achieve bodhicitta, and who wanted to have an emptiness practice. For this, I'm writing to you, to that. And then saying, your son also do the same. So, son or daughter, we should be in this. Then, whom he sends to this student's name is Toben En.
It's no one. Yeah.
Okay, so now I quickly give this transmission to people who need it. Then I will do it quickly. No need. Sanji Judon Soju Junum Da, Chanju Bado Da Ninja Rushe, Dagi Soji Sonam, Bota Benje, Sanji Gobra, Sanji Chudo Soji Junum Da, Chanju Yoje Nani Jindoji Sonam, Bora Benje, Sanji Gobra, Sanji Chudo Soji Junum Da, Chanju Bado. This very special teaching, maybe you visualize in here as a on this throne. I'm the person here giving you this kind of transmission, but somehow your main focus should be in my heart, inside the heart, the lotus and the moon disk, and then on the top of this moon disk, and there is Lama Tsongkhapa himself, that he is giving you this transmission. So then it will be more effective. Also, Lama Nama Chan, so don't you sort of when you you say, Tampanam being our Belam Gendan, Tadu Nambi, Jitter, Nation Dai Shavacha, and Sibi, the Lama Jashin, then you to Hinsha, you somebody, Jawaji, Lama, to be Gendan, to that time, Namda, Jun, Barasizoyi. Dendri to Nishibi, Ta, Mela Silla, Gambai, and the Janam, Gunin, Toman, Junzel. Ninjun, Dongwang, Ninjun, the journey got set along, Meba Yila Gombe Sandena Shedo. Low Koya Dungan Nama Yang Son, Chimena Shedo. Tederago, Umbe Koya Punzola, Yimi, Kijik to Mediation, and Zipundo Tawa to Yan, Juna, then Yungivala. Ninjun, Yang, Namda, Simji, Mamma Lame Chanchuki, Punzu, the Jurumin, Juru, Lotte Nambi Chanchu Simchuki. Shura Chu Chi Ye Jiren Doha Legi Chuma Yodam Danzi, Jagi Tawe Muzu, the Mambe Machin Gunitip. Mimi Sibura Jin Yavaru, the Nusum Jin Mevana, never enter, Juve, Manam, Yangus on the Sambio Nilu, Tobi Shera Mindena, Nijin Jusum, the woman Jin Sibit, Tower, many bit, Dentry, Tobi Talambe. Kanshi Konde Chunam Tamji, Junje, Namaya, Luame, Mikbe, Tesokan, Shiba, and the Sanji, Nangashu. No, then the Luanda Vadan, the Wa Ken, the Yokoani, Jesus Social Nawan, the Zedo, Tadu, Combe, Tube, Combato Wame, Namshi, Venturame, Baji, Cherato, Tendemilu, Hamantom, Yene. Nishi years the Queen, not as a Tavish of Russia, Norway, Yoda Tombe, Medicine Tombani, Yunan, Jabur, Cherry, Sushi, not as an Tavi, toward me Euro. Teralam year to Namusumanji, Nenamarangi Shintovete, and Bart and the Zundu, Tobit in danger to money to Truchi. Okay, so now this is finished. Now, what I'm thinking. So now we all here we made a very special connection bond to each other because there could be so many ways in this world to make a friend. Okay, but here we are having a special kind of a platform which the Taksam has some people has put effort and bringing us all here, and somehow our own karma and the collective karma, which bring us together to discuss this beautiful teaching, and not only beautiful but very profound, very essential,
yeah.
Crucial point, which it is so relevant to our day-to-day life to have this kind of practice. So, to discuss about it, of course, understanding and putting into realization is something else, but just to discuss and hearing about it, the Buddha himself said, just listening to the Yumchamo Sherabji Paradise, but
the great mother, the Paramita Sutras.
Paramita Sutras, just listening to it, just reading it, and then it has like a tremendous benefit for the eons and eons in our lives. So it brings so much imprint and kind of so much merit. So during this 3 days, like 3 days, right? 3 days. I had a great time, and not only giving the teaching, but really enjoyed making you all confused. And not only confused, but somehow I have given you some answers. But then now you have to work a little bit with it. So it's like the same thing when in the universities, you listen to the teacher and then you don't expect everything from teachers. You don't say that the teacher will give the answer, teacher will make the question. So now somehow we work together, and now when you go back, it is your kind of responsibility to fill in the blanks, which we all have. I will do my part, you do your part, and then in near future, somehow with this strong karmic connection, we will meet this life, next life. So of course, when we come together, then we discuss more about it. Okay, so thank you very much. And now to end this beautifully, so I think the most importantly, why not we take all the kind of inspirational bodhicitta, aspirational bodhicitta together. So thinking how wonderful that will be if we can go to something like that. So 제 생각 하나는 좋다. 교수님하고 저기 그래서 귤라마.
Oh, the sublime continuum, Maitreya's sublime continuum or Uttara Tantra.
귤라마 지시르시죠. 귤라마니 장만요.
So they the center requested me to teach on Maitreya's sublime continuum, but I haven't studied that text before.
아니 하고 다시 물어봐.
It's also an extremely long text.
아니 제상가다 다른 그 아주 단다 지금 남준남순 말로야 또 차당 차는 좀 주요해.
And so and I also think that in terms of the text that we have studied here, the three principal aspects of the past, and or the meaning of the Uttara Tantra, all of the meaning of Uttara Tantra can be condensed down into the three principal aspects of the path.
다 유다와디기 야고 삼로 코소나 에랑 신기 다 유진기 따와디 아니 컨트리에서 게제디 레고 요바.
So then when we talk about the view in relation to what we can talk about the objective view, the view in relation to sort of objects, then if we've got a good understanding of that, then we talk about the sort of view which is in relation to the sort of subject is in relation to the mind itself. This will sort of start to come naturally.
주어디 컨텐츠 리뷰였으면다 힌트 정도 되리나 신배나 지금 뭐라는 소리야 아니 상기의 누바랑 치수요래 해야지 아니 이제 상기의 누바디 동번이 통로 잠시만 임바 통경기 셔바대양 아니 말하는 이나는 로세 세디 아니 셔바라 빠지기 이나는 투구 요래 요 말에 자주 준비 아니 신에 도당아 아니 버르리아 다 사무당 다 대체 ning 아초나 몰라야 아니 롱숨 참지기마도 아니 니나노 두 마리에서 딱게죠 니나노 세 맞다 뒤가 저래 니나노 누베 뭐 강네 아니 차와치
yes, so and so to perhaps give you a little bit of hint of the relationship between the kind of what we call the objective view and then the subjective view, and how that might work. In terms of the understanding that all of us have within us, the kind of as a kind of natural quality, the potential to attain the state of Buddha, and then if we look, but looking perhaps in the difference between Sutra, and Tantra, and whilst sort of absorbed in having a mind which is free from all dualistic kind of fabrications or dualistic structures, and at the same time is able to that's still able to send the Korangi chachiteba made kariti because ninam ngudua semdigi ninam lu
shimbe mane kujubi chacheba.
So that it still allows for the possibility of conventional phenomena to be functional. Then this explanation is sort of more related to the Tantra, where we have the and in relation to the subtle wind, the subtle mind and subtle wind energy.
제가 도초가 나로 요래 소마도 지기 아니 디 여당 거디 나 내외 관에 아니 저와 지겐디기 시아바데 간대주요 시아바데 참으로라고 생기제디 도초 나로라 강존이 송요 말이.
So then there are sort of there's sort of talk about this in the sutra, but it's only that when we what really that kind of mind is really only comes in that mind which the mind where you have it's all dualistic, completely free of all dualistic structures, but still able to perform function, and so mind is able to because I realized that did and that's it. Semkorangi. Nina Nukitua. Chashi Theory.
Semgi Nina Nushimbe Gane, Anju Kunzu Chache, Jig, Doshonaro Sundo Sungu Yoris. Inayang, Nacho Narola, the Sabada Gevati, Dunzana de Sungulis.
You know, it's called Sem Korangi Nika do two race in there. Chashi Theory Dobadan.
That same did Tamoji maybe ina.
Aleo.
Chetumara.
Aleo. So in terms of so it's the mind that is absorbed into that absorbed into that sort of state where you're free from all dualistic. A person who's absorbed into that non-dualistic state, but is also able to perform to be able to have some form of functionality. This is where it comes in tantra with the subtle wind and mind energy. So that's where the tantra starts to ask this question of how that is possible, whereas it's sort of stated a little bit in there's a sort of mention of it in sutra, but it's not actually something which is really possible within sutra. It's only possible within tantra.
For hints, lots of hints, if you look at this Heart Sutra, then how Buddha shows his kind of power is he goes into meditation, and then he blesses the Shariputra, and then the compassion Buddha, and the discussion goes by how Buddha blessed them, and then they start talking, but Buddha's still in a meditation. And then at the end, they have this kind of a quite profound discussion. And then Shariputra looks at the Buddha, and the Buddha says, well, the Chenrezig did a very, very good job. Well said, well said. So this sutra ends like this. So this is also called the Chinjilabe Kasiva.
Yes, the words of the Buddha which are blessed because of Chinjilabe. Blessed by the Buddha. So they're taken as the words of the Buddha.
This is how in the sutra it normally talks something like that, how it's blessed, but it's not kind of showing the Buddha with this body doing so many miracle things, but sometimes he does that. That's why we have this miracle, as 7 days of miracles.
Yes.
We have that. But then in the tantra, whenever he gives a teaching, then whenever he gives teaching, then he dissolves his the sort of
so it dissolves all of the ordinary appearances are dissolved, and then he arises into sort of dissolved into sort of equipoise, and then out of that arises all the sort of the environment of the mandala, the appearance of the deity in the mandala.
아니 저랑기 롱당 감당 필리다 관리 지기관에 저랑이야 곰 잡대바다 평양 가리 수치에 아니 강라 간둥기 저랑 이담 디디지 곰다 저랑 핑들이 삼로 디디지 롱감기 왕주단데 디디지를 하고 온다 저랑 평양 그래서 아니 가도 세멘 트레이닝을 배 그래요 그때도 와서 지나는 당시.
So this is a way of sort of simultaneously be able to sort of bless by sort of explaining about the way of using the elements, the drops, the elements and the drops and these in meditation, and then meditating on being able to meditate on the deity, and using meditation to be able to sort of control the elements and the drops and the subtle energy winds, the drops and the elements, and being able to use these in meditation to be able to meditate on the deity.
So it's more like what I'm practicing this deity doesn't mean it is right for you. And you, in future, when you meet your own Buddha, then he gives what specific you really need, that he will show this kind of the deity, and then this is your deity. Until that, then we need to stay on the track, how other great master has done. So this is how somehow the tantra becomes very important. When you start asking question while having meditative occupies, but still you wanted to be so active and to give the teachings, not just in the meditation and then giving teaching directly, but you wanted to do this. So how you do that? So then you need a special body, special mind, and that's just how it starts coming up. This question is never asked by arhats, but we are asking this. We are very smart. So we need to know, like Buddha, like Lama Tsongkhapa said to his student, by knowing the crucial points, and then you ask a question or start practicing. So we really need to do that. So yeah. So now remembering all these great teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa, then Yulamegi Chiji Temde Chiji, Ani Yulamegi Chikira Chishu Paresana, and around the Simju Chai Hum Lose. That's Simju Machai the Paresana, and Sanji Chigi and then to Tambina, Sanji Chile Sieti, and be around Zubi Machena Mato Chevi, Sanji Chile, and Nimana Shinchi, Dito Kaya made the Niki, and it was uncle Twitcher Towns.
And so, as a sort of auspicious, because I couldn't teach the entire Uttara Tantra, but as an auspicious sort of sign to that, I'll teach on one of the very famous verses from Uttara Tantra, a verse which really helps us to not lose our courage and heart on the path. And it talks about, and when we talk about the qualities, all the sort of vast qualities of the Buddha, one of the most important qualities is the enlightened activities of the Buddha. And if we think of this verse describes a little bit how the activities of the Buddha, the enlightened activities of the Buddha shine out like the sun shining out, but there's no sort of obstruction, there's no kind of shadow or no sort of place which is obstructed from the shining light of the enlightened activities of the Buddha. And so, in terms of thinking about thinking about the Buddha's qualities, and if we were thinking of someone like that was to come here, and we would be able to look at their qualities, and then we would think of how that we could become like them, to be able to have those qualities, then one of the as the first two lines of this sort of famous verse read, since the perfect Buddhikaya radiates, since suchness is undifferentiable. So the first one is what I was explaining about the son of the Buddhikaya, it's the Dharmakaya, yeah, it says the Buddhikaya, so in this translation, yeah. So then, but the way in which those Buddha activities radiate out effortlessly, like the sun, but also another quality that it talks about here is, it says, since suchness is undifferentiable. So what it means by that is that the sort of ultimate nature of our minds and the ultimate nature of the Buddha's mind are what did we say? They are similar in nature. Yes, so the way in which we posit the entity or nature of both of those is the same. They're not one. The way that we posit their entity, this ultimate entity of them, is the same.
Buddha, the great being, we hear that for eons and for such a long time he put so much effort on something, but amazingly the great the being, when he found the antidote, which is not from outside, he didn't go outside to find the antidote. The antidote is something that we already have it within, but it's covered. So now seeing this and making it familiar with this kind of how the reality it is. So then it the great Chantakirti said in one of the clear words, there could be one a house for maybe for a beginningless. That house is that
so there's a house which is when the sunlight has never been able to shine into it for a very long time.
But then when we make a hole or a window, so you this the nimegi worthy any kali 지금 니만 칼리 포로에 개요 말이스 디 지하 고비는 크도 코라 멤버 센로에 지레마도 고 로마보 니만 포요 말이스라니 로마보 슈고라 아니 이간 수저 슈고라 요칼리 랜드 말와스.
So it's not like so in that example it's not like this. So if you eventually it hasn't received any sunlight for many years, and then if you make a hole in it, it's not like because it's not like because the sunlight has not entered it for a very long time, then slowly the light then slowly sort of enters into the house. It's not like that. As soon as you pierce a hole through it, the sunlight immediately pierces through into the darkness inside the house.
So now once we find the right antidote, then put a little bit of like a effort to get familiar with this. So we actually antidote is not we are going to find there, but the help, the condition needs to be there. Like we need to have a hammer to break these,
to make the hole
there. Similarly, we need to put that kind of effort, but not to completely change and then buy something new. Not like that. So 저장 지진이가 되기 디신이의 미치당스와.
And so this second line, which reads, so since suchness is undifferentiable.
다 디신이 미치당 아니 리유치나 심진근.
And then it says because of the disposition, because of having, but it means because of having the lineage or because of having the family.
그래 지금 주구도 땅이 차네 대비이네래 수구도 땅이 차이네 이런 쪽은 이거랑 치수 지리스.
So we have this, so this, what it means by this disposition or this family or lineage is we have within inside of ourselves, as part of ourselves, this potential to be able to achieve the Dharmakaya, the potential to achieve the form body, the Rupakaya.
And
then it says, so then all beings possess the, we say the Buddha nature, Sankhya Rinpoche, and the essence of the Buddha. It literally means the Buddha essence. So all sentient beings possess or have this Buddha essence or Buddha nature.
So now, believing that, now we do 3 times Sangye Chozoma together. That Buddha Dharma Sangha, when you say the causal refuge, and then simultaneously we have a thing about when you are saying that you have the as it says the essence.
Yeah, the Buddha essence.
Buddha essence here. I can be Buddha. I do have the Dharma. I have the I can be the Sangha. Also, cool. So then what to do with this is like a sun without any effort. Even you say I don't need a sun, the sun is like that. So effortlessly shining. And then maybe our karma is like the world kind of showing its back. But from the sun, no problem. Well, we should be like this. So we are always strong for all the sentient beings equally. Well, that's one of the greatest to think like this, to practice like that. It's more one of the only the most powerful thing in this world that our mind can be expanded. So after now we have kind of thought and did so many unnecessary things to bring kind of a stupid happiness. But now we never kind of found this kind of a teaching and this kind of a mindset. So now rejoice having this kind of a way of thinking, and then continuously along the path we might hear and receive this teaching again and again, that I can be stronger forever. And then having this, now that's all recite Sangye Chozoma 3 times, maybe 3 times in English also, so that we all can understand with the meaning that you will understand. And then we made our Guru and Buddha and the Bodhisattvas, and also all the sentient beings with my witness today. When I say this, I'm really saying it from the depth of my heart. So then let's do the Sangye Chozoma 3 times in Tibetan and 3 times in English. Okay. So the words I'm going to say is to invite all the Buddha and Bodhisattva and all the beings who have attained this kind of a path. So I'm inviting you. So this is the words I'm going to say. Madhu Simjin Kunjun Kunjush. Do the Bonji Measure Jumza Wana Madu Da Chen Yu Jumzen Hoje Nether Share. And this particularly is inviting the great enlightened ones. This Buddha himself said in a sutra, he gave this verse to the one of the queen, and this queen is a Buddhist, and her who follows Buddha's teaching, and then her husband, the king, is the non-Buddhist, so they all have their own refuge. So Buddha being very simple monk, but then this non-Buddhist king, when he said to the queen, said, tomorrow I'm going to invite my guru, and then also tomorrow you can also bring your guru, and then the king has so much pride, and then because he sends so many kind of soldiers and his ministers, so full crowded people bringing the non-Buddhist guru or the king, and then the queen, she said to the Buddha, sends a message, or she sent a message to the Buddha saying, bring more escorts or the more people, so that can bring more kind of so
yeah, sort of glory or splendor.
And Buddha said, I will be maybe a little bit late. Typical Indian, right? Buddha said, whenever you think we need to come, you say this word, we will come. So then all the non-Buddhist teacher was entering the main gate, and with a large people with him, and then Queen is quite worried, and she remembers this particular word, this one. So she puts one incense and then makes, and when the incense start burning, Buddha and all his arhats and the bodhisattvas come in front of her. So that gives us so much kind of to bring down the pride of the king. So similarly, today now the Buddhas and bodhisattvas we invite here, not to challenge with other people, but bring down our own pride and then make our practice much smoother. So we invite this great being as a witness. So now let's do Sangye Shodam together. O Sangye Shodam, Soje Shodam, Chanju Pado, Dane Jas. Dage Jinso Jebe Sonam, Jola Penche Sangye Rurai. O Sangye Shodam, Soje Shodam, Chanju Pado, Dane Jas. Aye, Jinso Jebe Sonam, Jola Penche Sangye Rurai. Sangye Shodam, Soje Shodam, Chanju Pado, Dane Jas. Dage Jinso Jebe Sonam, Jola Penche Sangye Rurai.
So we recite 3 times in
Yes,
English. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Method. By my merits, generosity, and so on, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so on, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings. I take refuge until I'm enlightened in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merits of generosity and so on, may I become a Buddha to benefit transmigratory beings.
Chanju Simjo Rinpoche, Maje Bang Jeju, Yava Nyamba Mevayan, Oni Komsu Pebora. The dedication thing, yeah.
Dedication. So we do the dedication, do the dedication prayers here. So the dedication to on page 6 to achieve Buddhahood. Due to this virtue, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception into the enlightened state, and to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arrive and grow. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And then to realize emptiness. May the precious view of emptiness that has not arisen arise and grow. And may that which has not arisen increase more and more. And then the prayer of long life for His Holiness, written by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I teach, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously. And then the traditional prayer for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful generously Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until Tsongkhapa end. And then the prayer for His Holiness's wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory being, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then the prayer for the swift return of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Patient in bearing the hardships of spreading the teachings of the Muni in general, and the teachings of the victorious Dampo Tsongkhapa in hundreds of directions, Lord of Dharma holding the 3 vows and wearing saffron robes, please quickly return as the glory of the fearless teaching. Yeah, we do your long life, right? Your long life. Okay. Yeah. On the separate sheet, the front. It's in the folder, yes, the long life prayer for separate. I just said people get it.
Maybe you can turn the screen. Maybe you can.
They'll be in your people. Okay, yeah. On Swasti, may all be auspicious. O charming lady of 7 eyes, supreme mother of the triumphant, exceptional deity skilled in bringing a great rain to all of the actual attainments of deathless long life, positive potential and deep awareness. Please grant here and now the utmost in fulfilling the aims of my prayers, by the force of your matchless dedicated heart to uphold the teaching. And may you live a long life to further the essence of the deep and extensive guidelines that the able one taught to them. As a Lord wielding power over the ocean of reason, as a man for the teachings of the excellent minded in Lozan, for the sake of leading to a state of fearless enduring bliss, all wandering beings oppressed through bondage to their compulsions and disturbing minds, may you live a long life fulfilling all infinite hopes. Through the extensive deeds of your stainless 3 enigmatic gates, may your dedicated heart once more reach out to strive in serving the triumphant one's teachings through your clear realms. I request you long to remain as the guiding light for wandering beings in accord with your will. In the land of disciples in every direction, by the power of the inspiration from the host of lamas, deities, and protectors, by the force of the truth of the non-fallacious dependent arising, by the strength of regard for the exceptional resolve of myself and others, may all the aims of my prayers be exactly and fully fulfilled.
Thank you. Okay.
All the lecture parents would like to say something.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. dear precious teaching and for getting us closer to the understanding of these two texts and planting a seed for understanding our Buddha nature. And I think we would really like you to come again visiting us. I would like to invite you that you can see that we will have practiced well. So this is now on us that we give our best to practice, and then next time we can learn much more.
Okay.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. When Lhasam invited me, so when I heard they are doing a study group, so it was such a great thing. Because normally His Holiness vision is something that he tried to, as maybe now most of you have noticed His Holiness kind of personality. He gives the initiation and everything super fast, but then he will spend so much time with us explaining so much. But for us, going through one by words, and then sometimes we surrender to our confusion, and then we don't learn that much. But still, we are so eager to get what is the best, top, supreme. But it has to go by step, and need to have the flavor. All right. So that is the reason when Lhasam said we are quite a small center, but we do a study group. So I was like, oh, this kind of center is needed to hold the Buddha's teaching. This is how we hold it. Otherwise, maybe Lama giving some initiation here, and then you will get some kind of commitment and going back. No guarantee that you will become a better person. We have taken, for me, I've taken maybe 7 color chakra initiations. Okay. But that, to be honest, I have like strong imprint from that. But it didn't change me. That I can say with my own experience. Okay. But then studying a little bit of the Chandrakiri's text, I can definitely say I can see some kind of something is, I can feel the kind of the heat or the coolness from that. I think that, oh, this is something very necessary. So His Holiness always says, if you come to my place, my room, on my table, there is an entering to the middle way book on that. Every time I've got a time, I read, meditate, contemplate on that. He always says that. So we necessarily we have to do this. So thank you for Laksam for not only inviting me. I'm not an important guy here because the teaching is important. So I guess you invited me. And then you prepared so well. So thank you for this, all the efforts. And then all the, well, I wanted to say something, and I forgot. And what was a very important thing? And then I forgot. Maybe not. Well, not even that important. Anyway, as you said that in the future, oh yeah, most important is you are doing as what His Holiness wish and wanted. Thank you. And then I wanted to thank, especially today, of course, all of you. And then I see, normally I go to in Europe, America, wherever I go, and I don't visit directly to the Tibetan communities, but here today I meet 3-4 Tibetans participating in the teaching. So I will be super happy to tell His Holiness that today, while my visit in Switzerland, I will inform His Holiness, saying that 4 Tibetans came. That is such a big deal. So thank you for doing that. Thank you. Also, because and now, as whatever we need, what we study, we need to bring them into practice. So not just to explain very nicely, not that important. But more you can feel this is something really start tackling your ego, your grasping, and then you see some the outcome of how you can connect to the people, how you can see things differently, start appreciating this kind of new way of what Lama Tsongkhapa and the Buddha has taught. Then, as Lama Tsongkhapa said to his student, when you see all these crucial points of this, the 3 principal aspects of the path, then now you are ready. So like this, we do this, okay? Not I'm saying to all of you, I'm telling myself too. Thank you very much. And now we don't have a time for question and answer. It's only 15 minutes. So, and as a Hasam is a study group, so it is a great opportunity. Sometimes what you can do is don't focus only inviting a high lama, big name Rinpoche. You can also invite some people who learned, have some kind of experience, gathering together, and they feel like very open. Inside, you discuss something about it. Sometimes teamwork is so important. Like this is what we do in debate courtyard. The debate courtyard, we are not debating with our teachers, so our classmates. Then we bring so many fantastic ideas, doubts actually, and then we just wanted to bring down this kind of doubt. Then we will have a much more smooth practice, meditation. So I done that. It was very helpful. So you all can do that. Okay. So feel like Saturday, Sunday time, like make one kind of time and then say like, now let's tackle with our ego. This is now from here you make much stronger. You go back to your family. Let your family, after a few years later, they will automatically ask you a question. How can you be that strong? Then they are falling into the good trap. So then you don't need to say Buddha said it, Dalai Lama told me this. No, but then you can connect. There are these ways of thinking. So I adapt this way of thinking, it really helped. It doesn't matter who said it, but the change that in you has to bring some influence into society. So then it is very necessary. Okay. And then in this kind of way, on the way, if I can bring just one drop of contribution, so if I see some benefit, whether inviting me or not, I will come. I will come for sure. So now we all pray that Lhasa can bring this kind of answer, this kind of antidote in Zurich. And then all around. So thank you very much. Okay.
But I also have two more things to say. So thank you so much, Simon, for your precious work. And I also would like to thank you all the Luxem volunteers who made this event happen. So we had Maria, who did a lot of our Christine, and Andrea, Sabine, and Lars online, Tara. The most important person is Talia.
Yes.
But also it's great to see Raphael and Andrea and Bridget here as well, and because they've been around for a long time, even before I joined Laksam, so it's very nice to see you all. And yes, it's very good.
Thank you.
And if you would like to offer a kata, they are.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. And the online people, thank you. Thank you. All right.
Why don't they go around? It's okay. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
You